надежный
У
источник.
меня проверенные, разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Все, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный
У
источник.
меня проверенные, разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Все, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный
У
источник.
меня проверенные, разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Все сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный
У
источник.
меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Все сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный
У
источник.
меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Добро пожаловать на 11-й Российский форум по управлению интернетом. Каждый год мы собираем экспертов со всего мира для того, чтобы обсудить вопросы управления глобальной сетью. В этом году форум пройдет в гибридном формате, к которому интернет-сообщество уже успело привыкнуть. За прошедший год поменялся не только формат международных мероприятий, но и сама жизнь, что не могло не сказаться на процессе интернет-governance. Мы стали другими. Требует новых подходов и процесс управления интернетом. Наш форум – это площадка для обмена опытом и разработки единых подходов к развитию интернета с учетом мнений всех заинтересованных сторон. На протяжении 3 дней в этот процесс будут вовлечены эксперты государственных организаций, бизнеса и гражданского общества, как из России, так и из зарубежных стран и международных организаций. Искусственный интеллект и этика, глобальное цифровое сотрудничество и построение цепочек доверия в сфере ИКТ, суверенитет данных, пользовательские соглашения цифровых платформ, атрибуция киберпреступников в интернете. Это и многое другое обсудим с экспертами отрасли и лидерами мнений. Форум проходит при поддержке Министерства цифрового развития, связи и массовых коммуникаций Российской Федерации, ICANN, RIPE NCC, Технического центра «Интернет» и лаборатории Касперского. Форум организован Координационным центром национальных доменов .ру и .рф.
Доброе утро.
Good morning, dear friends, and welcome to the third and final day of the 11th Russian Internet Governance Forum. The forum, for the very first time, was held in May 2010. It happened on the day when the .ref was delegated, and it took place here at the very location where we are right now, at the Moscow Expo Center. Very well, today we have a pretty intensive agenda. this year's forum started with a youth internet governance forum, and we are going to conclude this forum with yet another discussion and a session with the younger generation of people interested in internet governance. But right now, we begin with the first session of the day, which is called Attributing Cyber Attacks on the Internet Myth Busting. Well, in a couple of words, why did we decide that this is a relevant topic? And if you remember, we mentioned that at the opening of the forum in recent years. Indeed, we have seen an unprecedented number of publications about the attacks that are allegedly organized by Russian, Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, and other hackers. They interfere in the operation of government agencies, institutions, companies, and critical infrastructure around the world. And very often these accusations only refer to the IP addresses or the VPN gateways that these hackers use in a certain language, Russian or French or whatever. So today we've assembled a panel of experts of cybersecurity, and we would like them to discuss this very important topic. Is it possible at all to have attribution of cyber attacks, definitive attribution? So today with us we have Alexei Lukatsky of Cisco, and next to him is Sergey Golovanov. Yeah, that's right, and Sergey Golovanov, leading cybersecurity specialist with Kaspersky Labs. And next to him is Igor Zalevsky, the head of Cyber Incidents Center with Rostelecom Solar. And we also have two online speakers. One of them is Alexander Kalinin, head of the Center of 24-hour incident response with Group IB. Hello, Alexander. And Liz Vihul, founder and general director of Cyberlaw International law firm. Good morning, Liz. So we'll pass the floor to our moderator, Alexei, over to you, and I'll remind all the listeners, all the participants who are watching the broadcast that it's possible to send your questions to the panelists using the chat. Yes, good morning, colleagues. Let's begin with a quick introductory presentation. We want to set the stage for the subsequent discussion. Only yesterday, or was it the day before, President Biden of the United States said that he received evidence that the attack on SolarWinds at the end of last year and subsequent attacks on Microsoft Exchange servers around the world were perpetrated by Russian hackers. No evidence was shared with the public, but the American administration still intends to introduce sanctions against individuals who, in their opinion, were implicated in these attacks. So today we will talk about attribution. Attribution is identification of persons organizing and performing attacks. We want to discuss whether any government officials have any right to claim that they managed to identify or attribute the cyber criminals, hackers, government, non-government hackers or groups. Technically, is the internet today ready to offer a more or less trustworthy attribution of actions online for the benefit or against some governments or states? So we will try to not speak without any evidence. Instead, we've gathered, like I said, a panel of real experts who have a lot of practical experience of fighting those attacks. So let's begin with the promised slides. Let's take a look at the picture, which is often cited when this or that government accuses another government or a government organization organizing attacks against the government. So if you replace the government with another word like an enterprise or a company, the picture will look pretty much the same. This is how it usually happens. So allegedly from a territory of a particular country, from the IP addresses that were allocated to a particular telecom operator, which is an organization registered, say, in Russia or in China or somewhere in Western Europe or in South or in North America. Usually this is seen as one of the reasons or grounds for one state to accuse another state in organizing cyber attacks. We understand that today the internet allows us to rent virtual machines and servers anywhere in the world, in any country, and as a result, the actual picture may look quite different. And the attack may seem to be proceeding from one state where the last server is located, which was in the chain of activities, and this country, which hosts the server, is then accused in cybercrime. And it is, we will understand that it is also possible to organize some framing of another state. And so if somebody wants to accuse another state, or set up another state, frame another state, this can also be organized. So let's try to shed some light on this rather controversial topic. Is accurate attribution at all possible? What is attribution, in fact? And in the physical world, what is attribution? Is it any different from the attribution in the virtual world? In the physical world, we collect evidence first, and then we try the accused person, then the court decides whether the evidence suffices and is accurate and complete so that the accusation can be upheld in court. In every crime leaves some traces, and those traces can be used to identify the abuser or a perpetrator, a person or a group associated or not associated with a government. It could be government itself, it could be an individual who decided to launch an attack. So attribution allows us to give the answer to the question, who is behind the attack? And attribution as a multidisciplinary subject matter, which includes all kinds of disciplines and competencies, not only technical but legal as well, and geopolitical and linguistic competencies are also required for a proper attribution. So attribution is not guesswork. It's not a situation when some government official decides to make a statement and claim that this is the person or this is a group or this is the government that is behind a certain crime. Perfect attribution should give us evidence that an incident is caused by a particular entity, an individual, say, or a person. But for us to make that conclusion, we need to be able to capture that person, that entity, preferably in flagrante delicto. We need to seize the assets that were used to perpetrate the crime. We need to collect the evidence, like I said, and only after that we'll be able to claim that this is indeed the person who organized the attack. If we can also find proof that this person was commissioned by the state or is hired by the state organization or a hacker group, perhaps, then we will make another step forward, and then we'll be able to claim that, yes, indeed, there is some special service that is ordering this crime. But usually this never happens. And in every country has the domestic legislation. Sometimes the countries unite and they organize international cooperation to capture those criminals. But in the majority of cases, this process ends with identifying the node on which some abuse is identified without identifying the actual person behind it, or sometimes the process ends at identifying a user or an electronic address or a group or some hacker team that was taking the action. And maybe it was an action against some commercial enterprise or an industrial company or a government facility. So when we talk about attribution, it's important to understand that attribution varies and it depends on many different circumstances. In real life, in order to charge somebody with a crime, we must have evidence. In the virtual world, very often a claim suffices. When some statement is made against a person or against a group of people, usually those claims, those statements are pronounced at government levels, because very often people who investigate cyber crimes, they are a bit more prosaic. This is not, you can't have instantaneous attribution. But what it really happens is often there is attack in the morning, and in the evening there is already some claim or a charge or an accusation. We experts will know that we can't arrive at a conclusion like this that fast. We need to perform a whole host of various activities, linguistic expertise, technical, forensic studies, in order to be able to identify the actual criminal. So, to finalize this presentation, how can we identify the criminal? We need to find traces first, and these traces come in all kinds of shapes and sizes. Well, we can, of course, start with IP addresses, but IP address is not all of the evidence that we need. It's not enough just to have information about IP addresses. We know that IP addresses can be impersonated or replaced, or an IP address can be registered in any country of the world, and it can be indeed the node that will be used in an attack, but it will have nothing to do with the original nationality of the person organizing the attack. Also, in various reports, forensic reports, or in various public statements, you read that the attack was registered at the time when it is working hours in Moscow, for instance. The attack was registered in a particular time zone when people were at work at that time. But we know that apart from Moscow, there are other countries in the same time zone, and Russia is not just Moscow. Russia has 9 time zones over its territory. So just to refer to a time zone and to think that criminals work during the business hours is a bit of a fantasy. So to rely just on the time zone or the timestamps or a timestamp associated or in connection with an IP address, again, this is not enough evidence. We also need to analyze the code. We need to analyze the comments that people leave in the code. We need to study the signature of the coders. We need to use the stylometrics, analyzing the style of the code or the artifacts that are left at the virtual site of crime. Then we must also analyze the activity in darknet, in the forums, and the social media. Often people who committed crimes will boast about it, or indirectly will be able to make the relevant conclusions. And then all of this needs to, the whole process needs to finish in operational surveillance and other law enforcement activities, possibly. So only after all of these steps are taken, we can have more or less accurate attribution. We may make an attempt at attributing the attack to a particular person or entity. So like we have already announced, we have a lot of panelists today, and we want to start with Alexander Kalinin from Group IB. Very often, Group IB manages to identify criminals, and they speak about it in their reports. they would usually not state the name of the particular criminal or the state to which the criminal belongs. Probably they do it like that because they understand that just by that means they cannot complete the investigation. That their investigation is still more technical than a complete criminal investigation. Well, yeah, if you can hear me, yes, indeed, attribution is quite a sensitive topic. If you cannot be 100% sure, then it's better if you refrain from publishing your findings in the public. Of course, we share our findings with the, say, Interpol or Europol, and those authorities will then complete the investigations, and then it will be up to them to decide what information to make public and which information to keep classified. There were several hacker groups or cybercriminal groups that we encountered in our practice in the last a couple of years. Last year we published a big report on UltraRank. We analyzed samples of existing malware, and we analyzed recent cases of infecting various sites. So we managed to identify JS sniffers from one large group. We published this report last August. What they do is they steal banking details of people who make purchases online. So if you want to buy a cinema ticket or you are buying goods online, you enter the number of your credit card online. You have been always using it, but next time you do it, it will turn out that the website was hacked, and the perpetrators will be able to steal your banking data. The geography of the operation is quite wide. This group, over the period of 5 years, changed their structure several times. They modified themselves, they reinvented themselves, and that's why different analysts at different points in time believed them to be different groups. And here you can see the names that they used or that were attributed to them. They have 3 types of JS sniffers. They are written here in green: fake logistics, web rank, and sniff life, and they used to infect various online stores, e-commerce sites. In attribution, the important thing is that attribution should be verifiable. Is if one investigator claims to have identified a criminal, then the evidence should be presented so that it can be audited by others. This is the concept that we stick to, and we believe that this is the same group because they were using a dynamic IP address, but they were using more or less the same location of the servers. They also had several stores where they kept their databases, and they also organized several supply chain attacks against the same targets. They were using JF sniffers a certain family of JF sniffers inside the same campaign. The branded agency was infected. Last year, they were using CMS Magenta, which is pretty well known, and one of the attributes was top-level static.com. I hope you can see the slides. I hope you can see the screenshots. Well, if you're sitting far from the screen, I understand the font is tiny and probably you can't read it very well. Anyway, then there was Blocking Company. They were also using Magenta, and a malicious code was injected into their website, and it was very similar to the malicious code that was injected into the branded agency. It was written slightly differently. There were just minor differences between these two codes. And that difference was injected there for a reason, for a purpose of making parsing more difficult. And there was another site, AgriLine, the French information agency, that was also attacked in 2019. So we could connect these codes or these attacks together through the similarities in code. All the infections that we identified, we managed to trace the activity of this ultra-rank group back to 2015, to their very first campaigns. As we were investigating AgriLine, we found another domain name that was registered by the same person or on the same server, and we also found that they were using well-known websites that are used that also was used by other criminals. We decided to call it WebRank 2. We called them. We found logistics and TW, and 1 out of 33 of these domains that were linked between each other that were also registered by RiskIQ. They were used to attack e-commerce sites in 2015. We found samples of this JavaScript code. And these scripts are virtually identical to what was used in the WebRun family codes. Here you can see the similar features. They are not 100% identical, again, but they are similar enough. Another thing is domain names and the names of the files that they used. It was a reference to JavaScript framework that never existed, 1.9.2. This version never was released, and nobody else used this this code. Besides, these hackers there were other signatures that they left in the code. So once again, we had three different investigations, three different types of code that we were investigating, and not just us, other people as well. But nobody before us made an association between these three different hackers. Then we found this Valley CC card shop. These guys were boasting about their accomplishments, and they were sometimes boasting that they are paying out $20,000-$30,000 every day to other people who are stealing card data. Card shop appeared not long before the start of the first campaign that we managed to tie to it. Ultra ranks campaigns also had a lot of enemies. Actually, recently we saw that the criminals are very happy to publish data about other criminals, and they are using phishing websites that were mimicking the Valley CC card shop. So this connection between the shop and the infrastructure from which these guys DDoSed the sites, the Valley CC con shop. So again, the DDoS attacks were also attributed to the same infrastructure. So all these micro connections are shown on the slide. It's very difficult to keep all of this information in your head, but as you put it on paper, basically, if you make a chart out of it, it becomes very visual and clear. On this side, you can see the different techniques that we used, or the different signatures that they left on one more slide, and I'm almost done. This is what we face every day, phishing websites. We find them, we block them, and we also started displaying the attribution. It turned out that it was not easy. It's very difficult to do this with machine learning algorithms, almost impossible. To the left, you can see several websites from the same criminal group, but on the graphs, all kinds of graphs, it's a ball of thread that you can't unwind. So again, we base ourselves on our conclusions on the signatures, on the code, HTML, hosting, registrations. Alexei has said that registration itself is not enough evidence, but it can be a complementary factor in attribution. Graph analysis that collects everything that is known about that website and that humans can miss out. The graphs can make everything and all very visual, and then various addresses. For instance, we are using that information as well. Again, this is not enough evidence. People sell names and addresses. Very often, criminals use very standard email addresses to which they send stolen data. Not all criminals are smart, you see, and because they are not very smart, it's sometimes difficult to connect those criminals with a particular group. So individually, all these items taken individually, they mean little, but when you bring all of this together, you'll be able to attribute an attack to a particular entity. That's it. So on the technical side, this is how it is done. I don't want to talk about the legal aspects of it yet. We also have to apologize to the translators because it's very difficult, perhaps, for them when the speaker mixes the Russian and the English words. Now I want to ask our next panelist from the Kaspersky labs. What is the experience of your lab? Sergey Golovanov, Fast Flags, other groups. Who have you investigated? Yeah, sure. Can we have the slides, please? Yeah, I prepared the slides. And in my presentation, I wanted to also talk about facts. Like you were saying at the beginning, there is an incident, and we start with a case, with an example of an incident. A financial organization is hacked, and the ATMs start shedding money, basically throwing out money. So let's say that this is our incident. Many things happen online, but let's say that this is our fictitious incident. There is this kitchen somewhere, and a person sitting there and presses a key on the keyboard. So the signal goes to the is processed on the computer, then the signal is transmitted online, then the signal reaches a chain of servers. After that, the signal is received by a computer in a bank. After that, and the signal is transferred to the ATM, and only after that, the ATM gives out the money to a person. So somewhere someone presses a key on the keyboard on the computer, and somewhere else the ATM gives out the money. The first this first part, the blue line, is the actual attribution. The response management teams and the banks, they respond to everything that happened, and at the bottom of this slides. Then there are special people, security people, who investigate the servers that are used to maintain anonymity, and then forensics and criminal experts will be able to find that device on which the keyboard was placed. And once we have all these pieces of the puzzle together, so it means you need to have at least 3 people who independently of each other have to build a whole chain, identify the whole chain, and only after we have all these elements, we'll be able to say that we managed to attribute the attack. You know that after attribution, a prosecution should follow. So if we did indeed collect all the elements, if all our experts made their conclusions, and the we have all of the reports, then we should go to court. Well, this is not attribution. Putin personally managed hacker attacks during the US elections. This is not attribution. Is this how it looked like? Of course not. Definitely not. It can't look like this. Attribution using source code. There is this idea that a code, a program, is a sequence of ones and zeros. WannaCry that hit the whole planet. Lazarus, the attack was attributed to Lazarus. This was done using zeros and ones. FF20, FF25, FF25, they were the same. People used the ones and zeros. And in court, this kind of attribution, the 0-1 attribution, can be easily verified. It says 1 here, and it says 1 here. Here is 5, and there is 5. Any judge will be able to see with their own eyes that indeed the numbers match. When attribution is performed using the traces that you mentioned in your presentation, it can be a setup, and the biggest setup that would confuse any expert is the attack that was performed during the Olympic Games in South Korea. There was a code, the Olympic Destroyer, that interrupted the broadcast. For specialists, it's a real circus. There were people enjoyed the Olympic Destroyer. There were so many different versions and opinions. No, these are the North Koreans. No, the Chinese. No, the Russians. No, the Americans. And the company that provided the broadcast, they didn't know what to do while people were having fun trying to analyze the Olympic Destroyer. This Olympic Destroyer, it was an amazing case indeed. And another one that is usually attributed to the Russians is NotPetya, and there is this logic that it was never used publicly, and you can see that here we have a similarity. One of the reasons why some claim that Olympic Destroyer can be attributed to Russia is that it used the same special commands that were embedded in NotPetya. So just like in our case with the ATM, in those cases, and these are the takeaways, the attribution is a process that should involve a lot of experts. There should be specialists, there should be experts, there should be witnesses, and of course all these people have the right to have their own opinion. They have the right to pronounce their opinion. They can say that, well, in my personal opinion, the attack should be attributed to such and such entity. You can't stop people from speaking their mind. So when people analyze malicious code, they have the right to speak their mind. And one expert will believe one thing, the other thing. Attribution has nothing to do with such a situation. Attribution is when all experts agree and when all their opinions coincide and they point at the same entity. If there is no artifact of the incident, if there is no evidence, there are no witnesses of the incident, then if there is no specific data, then there is no incident, basically. The specialists should not guess. They should work with evidence or traces. The experts do not have the right to guess. They should work with data, and only after all evidence converges, then the judge will be able to pass the decision. and the expert study should be performed in accordance with the methodology. There can't be the second, the third, the fourth opinion. The methodology should be reproducible. That is to say, if one expert followed the methodology and arrived at a particular conclusion, then any other expert following the same methodology should be able to arrive at the same conclusion. Not the third, not the fourth, not any nth conclusion, but only after that people can be sent to jail. And only after that we'll be able to say that this is attribution and not some private opinion. Right, thank you very much, Sergey. In two presentations, we heard some ideas that I would like to put forward to Liz Vihol. Both speakers said that we must have evidence, and evidence must be verifiable. Experts should be able to verify, to audit the evidence. Cybercrime can be local, that is to say, it can happen within one country, or cybercrime can be transnational, transboundary, and fall within the jurisdiction of Europol or Interpol. And this is also a proper investigation. But very often there are geopolitical accusations. Many people say it's attribution, but it's not attribution. Like Sergey said, it can be just a private opinion, or even if it is pronounced by a government official. Another important idea is that if we want to accuse somebody of committing a crime, then we must bring that person to court. Only courts have the right to confirm that someone indeed committed a crime. Others can accuse, others can press charges. If there is an accusation, then evidence should be provided, and it's only up to a court. I mean, if we want to avoid also the situation when the accusation will prove to be wrong. Again, all of these cases, all these accusations must be settled in court. So what is the legal aspect of attribution, Liz? And after you have spoken, we will have a general discussion. Please, over to you, Liz.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. Before I start, I can hear a little bit of echo. No, now it's good. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person in Moscow, but I'll do my best to convey a slightly broader context about attribution in the cyber context via technology. What I'll do in this brief session is I will give you an overview of the attribution framework, both in international law as well as in international relations, and I'll try to give an interstate context to the more technical attribution discussions that we've been having thus far. When we talk about cyber attribution in the interstate context, then the discussions almost always tend to center on the issue of evidence. And we, to an extent, also have witnessed this today in the 40 minutes that we've spent together. And usually the evidentiary questions that are always almost instantly being asked are, how can we prove that a malicious cyber operation is attributable to a state? Which evidence do we need? And how much evidence do we need in order to attribute a malicious cyber activity to a foreign state? And also in international law, the evidentiary question looms large. So what I'll do is I'll try to break down the evidentiary, the attribution analysis in international law to you. Now, before actually in international law we get to the evidentiary question, we have to address a prior issue. And that prior issue asks the question, whose cyber operations do we treat in law as those of the state? Which entities, which individuals must be engaging in those cyber operations for us to consider those cyber operations to be those of a sovereign state? Or to put it yet another way, which entities or individuals can be said to be representing the state, to be acting on behalf of the state? In law, this question that I just asked is the question of the applicable legal standard. And we first need to know which legal standard we are applying in a given scenario before we can turn to the evidentiary question, before we can talk about the proof that is required in order to establish that the legal standard has been met. In international law, there are several rules for attribution. I will only deal with the two that are the most important ones in the cyber context. And the first one, the main rule, says that whenever we have formal de jure state entities that engage in cyber activities, then as a matter of law, we can say that the state is acting. Okay. In other words, the cyber activity, the cyber operation is attributable to the state as a matter of law. Those entities in law are called state organs. So whenever the FSB engages in cyber activities, whenever the US National Security Agency engages in cyber activities, whenever the Chinese People's Liberation Army does so, we attribute those cyber operations to the respective states because all of those entities are qualify as state organs. So the legal term here is state organ. Whenever a state organ engages in cyber activities, we can say we have attribution to the state. All countries in the world agree with this premise, all courts, all scholars, so there is no controversy regarding this issue. The more complicated issue and the more controversial issue in law is what about non-state actors? And we know that this question looms large in the cyber context. So when can we say when the Internet Research Agency, for example, engages in cyber operations, that the IRA's cyber operations are attributable to Russia? When can we say that the actions of cyber criminals or lone hackers or terrorist organizations or organized armed groups, you name it, whichever non-state actor we have, when can we say that the non-state actor's cyber operations are attributable to a state? The answer here, as a matter of law, is that the state, and there are three different terms, three different standards, whenever the state is instructing the non-state actor, directing the non-state actor, or when the state is in effective control over the non-state actor. So all of those three standards are relatively high standards. They apply in limited circumstances, but it is again only when we have instructions, direction, or control that we can say the state has, the state itself has engaged in the cyber operations through the use of a proxy. So those are the legal standards that are most important in the cyber context. And now that we know what they are, and now that we know which standard we're applying in a cyber incident scenario, can we turn to the issue of evidence? And in relation to evidence, there actually are two separate issues as well. The first is how to establish that the legal standard has been met. Which information, which facts do we take into account? Much of our discussion has focused on this issue. The answer here is we take into account all relevant facts. If we have technical evidence available, IP addresses, linguistic information, forensics, malware analysis, you all mentioned those, then of course those facts, this information qualifies. But, and this is important, it is not only technical information that is and should be taken into account when making attribution determinations. And all sorts of other evidentiary information is taken into account and should be taken into account. What is this other type of information? It is covert intelligence, human intelligence, signals intelligence. It is open source intelligence. It is reports by private companies like Group ID, like Kaspersky. So in principle, all of those sources of information work. There may be limitations depending on the specific context of the attribution determination. But again, in principle, yes, technical evidence works, but so too does other types of evidence. And then the last question, the second question in the evidentiary analysis is, how much proof is required? Do we need 100% proof? Do we need absolute certainty in order to attribute cyber activities to foreign states? Is it somewhere lower than that? Is it a beyond a reasonable doubt standard? I suppose most of you have heard this term because many domestic criminal legal systems use this test, beyond a reasonable doubt. Is this the standard that applies also in the interstate context? Or is it a high likelihood that suffices? When a state knows with a high likelihood, with a high degree of certainty that the cyber operation is attributable to another state, that is good enough. Okay. So that's the big question. Unfortunately, there is no single answer that applies across the board. What this means is that I can't tell you that you always need proof beyond a reasonable doubt in order to attribute cyber operations, whether it's WannaCry, whether it's NotPetya, whether it is SolarWinds to another state. And instead, the evidentiary requirements will be different depending on the context in which the attribution decision is being made. I'll give you a quick hypothetical just to illustrate this point. Let's say Estonia identifies a cyber attack against its electrical grid. There is no power here in Tallinn. It is winter and some people die. The Estonian security services are relatively certain, so not 100%, but relatively certain that the cyber attack was carried out by an organized cybercrime group that was instructed to conduct the attack by country X. So country X instructed a cybercrime group to engage in the cyber attack against Estonia. So how much certainty does Estonia need in order to say country X engaged in this cyber attack? Now, here the answer depends on what Estonia wants to do. If Estonia wants to engage in collective self-defense using military force with its NATO allies against country X, then there is nothing prohibiting Estonia to do so as a matter of international law, even though the level of certainty is pretty high, but not absolute. But here, Estonia would carry a degree of legal risk. What is the legal risk? The risk is that should it later turn out that country X was not behind the cyber operation, country X did not instruct the organized crime group to engage in the attack, and the organized crime group did so on its own initiative, then Estonia will have violated international law against country X. So Estonia will bear responsibility. The situation is different if Estonia wanted to sue country X before an international court. Let's say the International Court of Justice in The Hague. There, the court itself will say what the evidentiary rules are. For example, the International Court of Justice would in all likelihood say Estonia, as the applicant state, will need to present clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing, it's not 100% certainty, but the case needs to be made clearly and convincingly. And then finally, this is the type of attribution that we have witnessed most to date. It is public accusations. How much evidence would Estonia need in order to publicly accuse country X of having cyber attacked Estonia? Now, public accusations, they're a phenomenon of international relations. So here we're, strictly speaking, moving out of the realm of international law. We're not talking about self-defense. We're not talking about litigation. We're talking about one country's head of state or an ambassador accusing another state for having engaged in malicious cyber activities. Here, again, the analysis is still a two-step analysis. And the first question is, what is the standard for saying, what is the rule to be able to say that the operation is attributable to country X? Do we still work with organs and instruction and direction and control over non-state actors? The answer is there is no formal rule for such diplomatic engagement, but it is likely that the legal standards that I had on the previous slide will still apply. So if the victim state, if Estonia believes that country X was behind the operation because it instructed the non-state actors, then Estonia has applied the legal standard, and therefore it is justifiable to say publicly that country X was behind that attack against the electrical grid. There is a bit of uncertainty here. One situation is in which Estonia concludes that country X did not instruct the cybercrime group, but rather encouraged the cybercrime group. So let's say Estonia determines that country X had said something along the lines of, it would be really nice if the Estonian electrical grid was targeted via cyber means. In law, we couldn't say that the cyber operation is attributable to country X, but could it be attributed as a matter of international relations? Here we don't have a clear answer. Probably the accusation, if it was made by Estonia, would say something like, we condemn country X for its involvement in the cyber attack. So this is the first question in the international relations attribution analysis. The last question, again, is about evidence. How much evidence is required for a country to publicly accuse another state for having engaged in malicious cyber operations? And here, again, there is no formal rule. Courts have formal rules, unilateral self-help measures like self-defense. There we have formal rules. But in this diplomatic engagement, we don't have formal rules. And this is also illustrated by the various public accusations that have been made. Russia, of course, has often been on the receiving end of those public accusations. And you can see on the slide how the level of certainty on the part of the accusing state has differed. Sometimes the accusing state has been confident. Sometimes the accusing state has said it is likely that, in the last case, Russia was behind the SolarWinds hack. So there is no formal rule, and states effectively are free to make their public accusations whenever they feel that this is justified. The very last issue I'll touch upon, which relates to public accusations, is, does evidence have to be provided? When a state is making a public accusation, is it required to make the evidence upon which the determination was made public? The answer to this question is there is no requirement. So there is no obligation to publicize the evidence, but the international community has agreed in the United Nations that states should substantiate their claims. And what this means is that states should provide evidence that the state that they are accusing was behind the cyber operation. Of course, no state is going to make all of the evidence available because often it will be classified, but at least some evidence should be provided. And I'll finish with that for now.
Большое спасибо, Лиз. Интересная точка зрения.
Thank you very much, Liz.
Она, наверное, присуща многим юристам.
Thank you for giving us this overview. It's a pity that there aren't any precise rules, strict rules, and every country. Every country is governed by their domestic legal standards and their practice. And I want to ask now Igor Zalewski from Rostelecom Solar. How often do your customers require attribution? Are they asking you to attribute the attack, or everything that the customers are interested in is to stop the attack and minimize the damage? Well, it depends. It depends on the customer, on the organization, and it also depends on the implications of the attack. If it's not a very big company, usually a mid-sized company would say, can you find this criminal by the IP? Can you send me the link to the account in the social media of this person? Well, then we have to explain to this customer that, well, it's a bit more complicated, and we try to stay away from such cases if it's not something large scale, if it's not something like those big hijacking of ATMs or financial systems where damages amount to millions, or the resources that can be spent on finding the person in the social media cannot be comparable with the damage. So it's all about proportionality. Sometimes the customers want to know who organized the attack in order to understand why they became the victim. By understanding the enemy, so to say, the company wants to understand itself better. They want to understand how they managed to attract the attention of the criminals. But it doesn't happen very often. But yeah, I guess the first thing that all customers want is to minimize damages, really, or to protect themselves from future attacks. Okay, Sergey, when, again, going back to what Igor said and Liz said, in case of a local crime, probably it's a simpler case. You have 3 experts, and if the experts coincide in, pointing a finger to a particular entity, then the court will be able to pass the judgment. But what about international investigations that are ran by Interpol or Europol, like the Spanish Katana, for instance? How were the cyber criminals found? Were all of them captured? I don't know. What's the story? Well, just because it's an international crime, things are not much different from a domestic investigation. You have to provide evidence. Like you have a victim, say, well, Russian hackers in Taiwan who were stealing money from the ATMs. It's the same. It's absolutely the same. There are experts. They are, I don't know, we've got those bank clerks. They are in Taiwan, they're Chinese, and they give evidence to the Taiwan police. The Taiwan police do their investigation, and they find a link with France. Okay, but they cannot talk directly to France. They write to Singapore, to the Interpol Bureau, and they're asking the Interpol Bureau to facilitate the receipt of some artifacts from France. So it's really not a problem to investigate an international crime. Geopolitics interfering in the process? Which process? One person picking up the phone and calling another person? Can we have the logs from this IP server, please? What kind of geopolitics are we talking about? In all these international groups, like the Spanish case, for instance, this is how all these intelligence teams, those investigator teams are set up. And that's how they operate. And then there are other options. Well, extradition, for instance. Can you extradite that person? And secondly, okay, keep that person for yourselves. We don't have a prison to put that person in. Can you keep that guy and put him or her into prison at your place? Yeah, sure. And then the prosecutors start talking to each other between the countries, and they agree what to do with the criminals. So it's really not a problem to investigate an international crime and to prosecute an international crime and to bring the criminals to justice regardless of where they are. No, this is quite interesting. Speaking about mass media, Yeah, again, judging by what we read in the mass media, for instance, there is this opinion that you have a hacker group and you have a hacker in the Ukraine, for instance. There is this opinion that it would be next to impossible for us to get the evidence from the Ukrainian police because there are tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. They will not respond to requests. Well, yeah, sometimes countries do not respond to other countries' requests, but it's not important really. When a request goes to another country and they're left without an answer, or you are receiving answers like, well, we're on our lunch break, we'll get back to you later. Okay, you don't have data from this particular country, but it's not the only country in the world. It's like you have a map and you have only one country on it. It's not so. We know it's not. Okay, it will be a one white spot on your map. You will not be able to retrieve data from that particular country, but the criminal will be passing the border sooner or later, or the criminal will commit crimes in other countries as well. There is still the Interpol, there are still other channels to get the information. Okay, so you're saying that it's not a problem. We don't have a problem. The problem is that some politicians speak their mind. Well, yes, the private opinion. The experts, if you involve experts, all experts should arrive at the same conclusion. If there is some doubt, then the lawyers for the defense will definitely make use of those doubts, and that's why the experts, if you ask an expert, is it possible that not this person stole the money from the ATM? Well, maybe him, maybe not him. An expert will give you an answer to the question, is there evidence, are there signs that such and such person, such and such code was used to perform the crime? Yes, there are the signs. Or are there signs that such and such entities or persons are behind this attack? The experts will say, yeah, there are signs, or there are no signs. Signs, it's a matter of signs, and the signs should be the same. They should coincide between the experts. If there is doubt, if someone doubts, then doubt, as we know in court, is interpreted in favor of the accused. Liz, I have a question to you. As a follow-up to what Sergei was saying, if you listen now to all the big shots in Western Europe, in the United States, if you read the reports of many companies, foreign companies, that conduct investigations in the field of security and incidents, they write and they say that it's likely, it's possible that the attack is organized by such and such states, because no one else could have, and that's why we believe that the likelihood is that it was this country X, and that's why Sergei is saying that it's difficult to collect evidence via Europol or the Interpol. Well, it's not a problem, brother. It's not a problem to get the evidence. Then why? Why do we hear those unsubstantiated accusations? Why do top officials fail to provide any evidence, but they are free to speak their mind? Why no one is taking countries to courts? They don't go to the International Court of Justice, for instance, and instead everything ends up in those public statements.
Yeah, apologies for the delay because I'm listening to the interpretation. Yes, so that's a good question. First of all, of course, private companies, they are free to issue their analysis. They are free to say that it is likely that a particular actor was behind the operation. There is, again, nothing prohibiting them from doing so. But when they come out with such public analysis, of course, they realize that if they get it wrong, they will carry the risk of losing business, of bearing reputational costs. So it's always a balancing act on the part of those companies, I'm sure. And the same is true for states. Why don't states publish evidence? I've never been a part of a government's decision-making process in publicly accusing another state, but I suspect that, in great part, they don't release the evidence because it is classified and they don't want to reveal their intelligence sources. We have seen on a couple of occasions countries trying to substantiate their claims with technical evidence, but again, it's unrealistic to hope that a state will make a full case with all the facts publicly, because again, this information is classified. They do not want to reveal their intelligence capabilities and sources. Your last question is the most interesting one for me. Why are we not seeing states have those cyber incidents litigated before an international court, such as the International Court of Justice? I personally would love to see this happening. Okay. It would be an appropriate course of action because the International Court of Justice is there to hear interstate disputes. It is a forum of peaceful settlement of disputes. It is definitely de-escalatory and not escalatory in the vast majority of cases. It is a much better option of dispute settlement than, for example, engaging in sanctions or even more robust unilateral responses. So I would love to see this happen. Is it likely that it will happen? Well, it's probably a matter of time that it will happen, but is it likely that we'll see, the United States and Russia appear before the International Court of Justice over a cyber incident? In today's world, unfortunately not. And the reason is that for the International Court of Justice to have a jurisdiction over such a case, both parties must agree. Both parties must consent. And even though many of us probably would like to see the United States and Russia or the United Kingdom and North Korea consent to the ICJ's, to the International Court of Justice's jurisdiction, we have to be realistic. It's very, very unlikely. But it would be, in my view, the ideal course of action.
Спасибо. Александр.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you, Liz and Alexander. I have a question to you. In the context of this transboundary international investigation, which body can become this trusted judge that will be collecting evidence from different parties? And these parties may not necessarily be allies geopolitically, so that the parties would trust the verdict, the sentence, or the resolution of such a judge, such an arbitrator. Can it be the Interpol? Can the Interpol be also not just the investigator body, but a judging body in those conflicts? Is there such a structure today that anyone would be willing to trust? It's a difficult question. I don't think so. I don't know. I'm not sure that, say, the Russian law enforcement authorities would be willing, in all cases, to cooperate fully with the Interpol or anybody else. I think that sometimes non-official cooperation is more efficient than cooperation at the official levels. So that's to say, for instance, Sergey from Kaspersky Labs would be requesting some information from their colleagues in another country. Probably they would be able to get it faster and simpler than if the same information would be requested via official channels. Or take Rosada against WADA. Two countries met in Switzerland over Skype or however. Then there was a sentence. or the Swiss Court of Arbitration. Why is this possible? Because there is an agreement between different parties to the case. Like in sports, countries and local associations agree that they will settle their disputes in Switzerland. Okay, fine, Switzerland. Or there is a river that flows across territories of several countries, and one country pollutes the river. The other country is damaged. Okay, so these countries can go to court and they can compute the damages. In case of incidents, there are no such tribunals, there are no such courts. You can't go anywhere, really. Who can be the judge? Where are you coming to? The Hague? No, no one is going to go there. There is no such court. One thing that I know is that the Anglo-Saxon, say, community in the United Nations, they are trying to initiate the establishment of such a court, but until now they haven't succeeded. So one way today is to investigate the incidents and to collect information to be able to attribute the attack is the Interpol and the Europol, and there is no international tribunal, so the process, the litigation should take place in a country. It will be a domestic and national process, trial. Well, I guess the best that you can have today is capture financial cyber criminals, like in case of Taiwan or in Spain, when there is evidence, and evidence was collected because it was a local crime. And, well, basically what they did is a crime anywhere in every country of the world, so local courts would be interested in seeing these people, go into jail. Probably that's why those cases are successfully prosecuted. Well, hackers can be tried anywhere in any country just for not paying taxes, even if it's not if the charges are not related to cybercrime, hackers can still be charged with tax avoidance. So it looks like we do not have one official body to investigate cybercrimes or one official tribunal to try, because no country will ever admit that it stood behind the attack. This is what Lise was saying. Like, countries go to The Hague, they have to agree, both. They have to agree to hand the case over to the International Court of Justice. If the countries do not agree, there is no trial, period. Well, this is not very optimistic, is it? Well, there are technical investigations that end up in courts and in the restitution of damages. And then there is the public domain, where every person has the right to the private opinion. Are these things related? No. Right now, they are not related. Okay, Igor, I have a question to you then on technical attribution. If we are not discussing who instigated a crime, whether it was a state or a government actor, but if we only want to attribute a crime to a particular hacker group, to a particular criminal, is it easier? Is this attribution easier? Have you ever had cases like this? Or again, no one is interested in this kind of attribution apart from law enforcement authorities who will be able to claim the investigation, the successful investigation to themselves. Well, I think that information security experts are the ones who are most interested in those investigations. It's not even the law enforcement authorities. It's complicated, as you know. There are Russian angry hackers, but there is another region in the world. If you read the various reports, about 70% of all public reports, one way or another, mention groups that are attributed to China. It's a fact of life. even if you review the publications, I don't know, of the Russian mass media, even if you review the publications or the reports of Russian companies, you will find there references to Chinese hackers. In the 21st century, in 2021, Microsoft wrote that the zero-day vulnerability was abused by the Chinese hackers. They started penetrating mail servers. And you can find information about as many as 12 different hacker groups. But do they really exist? Isn't it 2 or 3 units of some company or even a government service? I will impersonate this group today. Hey, I'll pose as this one out of 12 alleged Chinese groups. There is no single register. There is no way to trace or to link different groups together. There is no single mechanism or algorithm. I have the right to my personal opinion, right? So I see some Chinese symbols in this code. It must be the Chinese, and let's call this group XYZ. If someone tomorrow finds a similar Chinese character in the code, well, if those other people read my report, probably they'll be able to establish the link, but they can give yet another name to the very same group. Again, it's complete chaos. There is no consistency, there is no uniformity, there is no one single database. If you want to find out who is attacking you, you have to find someone's naming. You have to choose one name, adopt it, and then start with it, and then you pull the thread and investigate. And if you are lucky, you'll be able to connect this attack with another group and link them together. Okay, Alexander, a question to you. In percentage terms, out of all the incidents that you have to investigate, how often can you make an attribution? And after you've done all your forensic exercises, how often can you get from some group to a particular person, to a specific name? How often does it happen? Do you have the data? Do you have the statistics? Well, we don't have the statistics. I mean, not the official ones, but if I were to guess, I'd say we are capable of identifying more than 50% of different groups, I'd say. So we can make an attribution of an attack in about 50% of cases. And often you have to explain to the customers why is it important to attribute the attack to a criminal. And of course, if you yourself were under an attack, probably you would like to know the name of the person who launched this attack against you. Sometimes it takes not even days, it takes months, maybe even years. And Sergey will confirm that sometimes after 5 years from the attack, you go to court and present your evidence there. It takes years. You can't find that person quickly. Okay, for instance, in a week, 1,000 phishing websites emerge suddenly online with against a particular brand. And the brand will become worried. And this brand expects to stop the process quickly and find the abuser. Again, it is often possible to attribute an attack to a group or a person. but we do not always receive those requests. So you are saying that 50% of the attacks can be attributed to a group of criminals, and if the customer is willing and wants to pay and wants to wait, you will be able to, almost in every of those cases, to find the actual individual behind it with the help of LEAs? Well, yeah, it will take time, but yeah, if the customer is willing, yes, we can find the individuals. Oh, okay, fine. So initially, we confirmed that it's difficult to attribute or to prove any geopolitical claims, but in the business world, like in business customers, it feels like evidence can be collected, and again, if there is a will, then criminals can be captured and prosecuted, right? Yes, yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah, I agree. Liz, I have a question to you. How do things stand in Europe? How often do companies want not only to find out the name, but are willing to wait and are willing to invest into an investigation?
So to be honest, I don't know what the answer to that question is. I've never been a part of those deliberations either. So I guess in great part for a company, the decision will primarily be a business decision. And if it makes sense from a business perspective to wait and to attribute a relatively old case, then I suppose that the company will go ahead and release their analysis and release their assessment. If you don't mind, I'd quickly just like to come back to the issue of courts, because we spent quite a bit of time discussing prosecution of cybercrime, discussing the litigation of interstate claims. And specifically with regard to interstate claims, an interesting point was made, that we don't have a specialized court for cyber incidents, and therefore, it's unrealistic to expect that they will ever get litigated. There are actually quite a few specialized courts for concrete areas of interstate interaction. You're right, there is no such court for cyber, but we do have, for example, war crimes tribunals for war crimes. We have the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea for violations of the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention. So yes, there are separate specialized courts, but we don't have one for cyber. And you all probably know that Russia has been pushing for an organization that would specifically deal with attribution in the cyber context for quite a number of years. But it's an idea that many countries are not horribly fond of. But would it theoretically be an option for the interstate context? The answer is yes. Will it ever materialize? Again, I don't know. But do we need a specialized court or an arbitral body or an attribution organization to ever do attribution of interstate cyber incidents? The answer here, I would say, is no, because we don't have specialized courts for voter incidents. We don't have specialized courts for environmental disputes in the vast majority of cases. And those cases do get litigated before a general court like the International Court of Justice. So it's theoretically possible, but again, it boils down to the agreement of the parties concerned that they want this to happen. And this leads me to the last point that I briefly wanted to comment on, which is how could we make it compulsory for states to have to appear before a court or tribunal, whichever court it may be, a cyber court in the future or a general court? Well, unfortunately here, the answer again is we need the consent of the states concerned. So even though the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea may have compulsory jurisdiction, it got the compulsory jurisdiction right from the underlying consent of states. So unfortunately, it still boils down to sovereign states having to agree among themselves that they agree to this, because clearly one state cannot impose its will on another. with the exception of the Security Council, but that's a non-starter too.
Спасибо. Спасибо, Лиз. Сергей, ты хотел добавить по поводу практики европейской?
Заказчиков
Да.
в Европе. Просто я как...
Well, as an expert, I am a digital forensics expert, and I travel in Europe to for on those assignments. Of course, there was no travel in 2020, but I traveled quite extensively in 2019. For instance, you arrive at the site because you were called because of an incident. There is a template. You have to fill out the computers that were damaged, the IP addresses. Then the customers pay you for your services. And people started using this template, and all the customers started insisting on adding something to the template. Everybody, what is it? Personal data, GDPR extracted information. The last thing that was changed in the template, in the incident response template, is leakages of personal data pursuant to GDPR. That's all customers insisted on including that into this template. But attribution is not there. It was never there, and it's still not there. No one is insisting on including attribution into the template. Do you have questions from the audience? We have 3 minutes left. Let's ask a question to Liz, and then, if time permits, we will have another question. Liz, as an expert on international law, a question to you. The government today is perhaps the only actor that is capable of executing transboundary attacks and use force across borders.
So this is the question about hackback.
And what about hackback and the private sector? Is it okay if companies hack back?
Okay, again, apologies for the delay. I was waiting for the interpretation. Is it okay if companies hack back? It's a very interesting question. So as a matter of international law, so country A, country B, interstate relations, and I realize we're pressed for time. The short answer is it is kind of okay. In other words, international law does not prohibit companies from hacking back. However, I'm pretty sure that in many countries, it is the domestic criminal law that prohibits private sector hackbacks. And therefore, if such laws are in place, obviously the companies will risk criminal liability, both within their own state as well as the state in which the hackback occurs. So international law is I would say, is agnostic. We could come up with creative legal arguments for finding international legal responsibility for private sector hackbacks, but it's really domestic criminal law that is relevant here.
Okay, так, хорошо. Тогда последний вопрос. В каких...
Okay, we have time for one more question. The domain name registration system, does it need any improvements? What are the services that should be developed to help information security experts in their work? Igor, let's start with you. Well, to tell you the truth, GDPR tightened the screws, and when, say, when experts wanted to identify the perpetrators, we needed information from who is, and we used it in the past, who registered when, etc. But now, most of the services, in accordance with GDPR, are hiding this information. So sometimes now it's more difficult to find this data. GDPR, for instance, made our lives as experts of information security harder. But how can we make it better than terminate GDPR or what? No. Keep GDPR, just like the law on personal data, GDPR also protects us. Privacy must be protected. Yeah, it's no one argues with that. It's just that often the experts do not need to know the name. When the Russian Whois was opened, for instance, for us that is enough. If you can hash the name, a hash is enough. If you want, you can conceal your data somehow. If you don't want to help others, to find out your name through brute force. But well, add something else. Add .org, .net, whatever. Add more data into this hash. But anyway, for us, hashes is enough, and privacy will be maintained. Now, this is hashing is for personal data is a simple and powerful tool. I agree. Okay, colleagues, let's summarize the session. I want you to thank Liz and Alexander and Igor and Sergey. We did our best to paint the landscape of the current attribution capabilities. It looks like today it is possible to attribute hacker groups with a high degree of accuracy and certainty. There are various technical means that enable us to reliably say that a certain hacker criminal group is behind an attack. Sometimes we'll even see that 2 or 3 different groups are actually one group, but as we are building links and graphs between these attributes, we'll be able to have those insights as well. And if the customers are willing, if the organizations are interested in not only attributing the attack to a group, but if they want to identify the individuals, in many cases inside the states and often in the international arena, it is still possible to prosecute individuals. You can identify natural persons and you can bring them to justice. It's possible. The only problem that we have today with attribution is geopolitical incidents when officials of the government will speak their private opinion about who, in their opinion, is behind such and such incident, and unfortunately they often fail to provide any evidence. If there is indeed evidence, often it is not shared with the public because it's classified, because it's a secret. And unfortunately, there are no courts, specialized courts, that would be capable of trying those cases and bring the culpable persons to justice. In coming years, we do not expect many changes in this status quo. The group of government experts of the United Nations, if you remember their story, they studied the international, or they tried to research and define the rules of behavior, international behavior online, and the rules of cyber security. They've been around since, 1998? And still there is no definition, there is no solution. Some say that we should be using cybersecurity, others are saying no, it's not cybersecurity, it's information security. We at the moment are not capable of reaching a consensus on that, and that's why we have these problems with attribution as well. Locally it's possible, globally it's a challenge. I wanted to thank everyone who participated in the discussion, who contributed to the discussion and sent their questions. Very well, thank you very much. We have prepared these souvenirs for all the panelists. We celebrated the 10th anniversary of the .rf domain, and we manufactured these pins. These are for you to keep. And dear friends, we are going to have a quick break. Please be back at 11:40 Moscow time on our last session of the forum. The discussion session will start in a few minutes. Session 7, user agreements with internet platforms, will begin at 11:40. Thank you.
Чили? Итак, мы продолжаем работу.
And we continue the work of our forum. Welcome to session 7. User agreements with internet platforms, ways to protect Russian internet users' rights and the interests of the state. The panelists in this session are the moderator, Anna Dupan from the High School of Economics, and in the studio we have Dmitry Magonya, the managing partner of ArtDelex law firm, Anna Starkova, the head of a media service of Россия Сегодня Media Group. And today we'll have two online participants, Елена Zayeva, the head of a department of telecom regulation with the Anti-Monopoly Service of Russia, and Yuri Kantimirov, the head of the department for protection of private data with Roskomnadzor, and also Roman Krupenin, the head of anti-monopoly law and platform regulation with Yandex. We are also waiting Karen Kazaryan, the chief analyst of the Russian Association of Electronic Communications. Hopefully Karen will be joining us a bit later. Anna, over to you. Dear guests of the forum, dear participants, hello. This is the final session of the event. Many different topics have already been discussed, and for our session, we found a theme, an agreement that most of you came across in your lives more often than with any other contract or agreement. You cannot use any online service or an app or a platform if you do not subscribe to a user agreement. Everyone who carries business online, everyone who posts pictures of little kittens, and even the governments that promote their policies online, and well, basically anyone who, for whatever purpose, uses any kind of online platform has to sign a user agreement. The platforms are different, the apps are different, and you may think that user agreements should also be different. Jurisdictions vary, laws vary, platforms vary. Isn't this enough reason for the platforms to be inventive and imaginative in the content of the user agreements? Well, as it turns out, and I was quite surprised, I wanted to take your attention for the next 5 minutes with the results of the research that my colleagues at the High School of Economics carried out at the end of 2020. Well, they studied about 50 user agreements of all kinds of platforms, and of course this includes the biggest platforms and marketplaces and social media and gaming platforms and Pinterest and other interesting hobby platforms. And this is what colleagues have found out with respect to the apparent diversity of user agreements. Can I please ask the AV team to launch my presentation? So if we think that a user agreement is always the document that we should opt into to start using the service, then it's not true. The user agreement, when you tick the relevant box, the user signs not only this document, but a series of a lot of other documents. Usually, the user agreement also references to all kinds of documents that have a general nature and describe all the interactions between the users and internet platforms. And there is also a second group of documents which are related to processing of user data. Everything that the users share with the platform will be subject to this group of documents. In fact, another curious finding is that terms and conditions are a separate document that you can review, that can be changed, and you can always have access to the previous versions of the document. But a lot of other documents that describe the interactions between the user and the platform are also aggregated in the so-called rules and conditions of the community. They are part of the overall legislative framework of the platform, and in order to find out the content of these documents, you have to become interactive with the platform. You will have to want to, say, file a complaint or ask a question, and before you do this, you will not be able to find out the content of these agreements. So when you put the tick in this box, I agree, under the user agreement, you receive only about 10% of the information about everything to which you consent as a user. But if you do review the content of these user agreements, again, regardless of this diversity of the platforms, some interesting things become obvious. Usually, you will not find the subject of this agreement. Although it is a civil contract, you will not have there a provision that is called the subject of the object of the contract. If you analyze the documents over the social media, it will say, the contract will say, the agreement will say that by this you can join the wonderful world of Facebook or, I don't know, Amazon, but you will not easily find information of the obligations or commitments of the platform. You will not be able to easily find the information about what it is that platform is providing you with. Another curious feature is that these agreements are subject to particular law, even if the company is registered in China and it's Alibaba. Usually, the governing law, the applicable law to this contract will not be Chinese, but the law of the United States or of some offshore jurisdiction. Another interesting thing is that almost every user agreement says that without a declaration of war or without any motive altogether, any platform will be able to block the user or the content of the user. Of course, the platform declares, in accordance with the laws, local laws, that any content that is illegal, unlawful, contrary to the local regulations or is extremist in nature, of course, this information will be blocked. But all platforms also reserve the right to block any content on a whim, just because. And also, if the platform inflicts damage to the user as a result of disconnection or disruption of the user's activity, you will not find information about the damages, really, or this limit will be quite low. For YouTube and Google, it is 500 euro. In Yandex, it is 10,000 rubles. I don't know. Dmitry will tell us today, hopefully, if it's possible at all, to collect greater damages than that from the platform. But this is what you read in the user agreements. Something even more curious can be found out when you start reading the document on personal data. Usually there are 3 different subcategories of documents inside that group: the confidentiality documents, the processing rules, etc. Those documents are even more complicated. They cross-reference each other. They are very confusing, but the main message from all these documents is that the service will not work for you if you do not consent to share the data with the platform. Usually that includes cookies and any other data. So basically, the platform receives unlimited access to the data that it thinks it needs, and not only for the purposes of executing the user agreement. So in conclusion, what are the problems that I would like our speakers to tackle today? A user agreement is an agreement to which users consent. The users do not have any rights to change anything in the text of the agreement. They can either take it as is or not use the service. So how do we overcome this inequality between the platforms and the users? Secondly, the user agreement is the civil law agreement, and usually the applicable law is the one that is most beneficial for the platform itself. So then how the state can protect the interests of the domestic users, which do not live in the jurisdiction of the governing law. And also, the user agreement is a free contract. That is to say, there is no charge. That's why, just because the user is not paying for the services of the platform, the contract itself, the agreement, is not subject to the laws on protection of consumer rights, although the platforms collect user data, personal data basically, which have value in themselves. Besides, the platforms capture the attention of the users, and it is not the user, but the advertiser who pays for the user's presence on the platform. We have a wonderful group of experts today with us, and we would like to hear first from those who represent the interests of the users. Dmitry is the lawyer, and Anna is the journalist. Dmitry, let's start with you. Yes, thank you very much, Anna. Thank you for the presentation and a very concise overview of the risks resulting from the user agreements. And before we talk about these risks, we need to first understand what do the users want from the internet platforms. The online platforms, the way they existed about, say, 5 years ago, are drivers of technological development. They are leaders of innovative economy. They are the institutions that enable social and economic process. They are the enablers. The world would be different without the platforms. Platforms is not just a mere marketplace that brings together buyers and sellers. A platform is a powerful foundation on which all kinds of relations can be built. Social, economic, personal relations. These are all platforms. They changed our lives 5, maybe 10 years ago. And the platforms, the general notion of the platforms was that they were the force for the good. And only some marginal groups in the United States or in continental Europe were raising their voice and drawing the attention to the monopolization that was arising in the social or online platform markets. They were concerned that we will end up living in the world that was depicted in the movies of 20 years ago, when the states stop being regulators. Instead, they become the regulated party in the world governed by corporations. Today, it is indeed the case. Some platforms are more powerful than some states. And many people are disillusioned. Again, if you read the post-war visionaries who believed that computers, media, and telecommunications, when they merge, the world will become the wonderful world of the future without big corporations, without the states even, with a lot of competition in the economy, and everyone would be heard because everyone would be able to go online and buy or sell anything they needed. We all observed the development of this post-modernist world, and we believed that it will become better through the offices of media and telecommunications and computing, and we will all live a new happy life. The consumers, the vendors, the intermediaries, every single role in the economy and in the society will prosper. But you see, the reality is far from this vision. And major technological companies became platforms, ecosystems that offer today a great variety of services on their platforms. And one of the key challenges of the state today is to regulate the platforms. Anti-monopoly regulators, data management regulators, they are all trying to supervise over the activity of the platforms in India, in Brazil, in the United States, in China, in Australia, in Russia. There are constant investigations and cases that the government brings against these digital platforms. The government, like all other entities, are looking for their place in the digital economy and the world, and to establish its position in the negotiations with the digital platforms that already have a lot of economic and financial power. And one of the key factors in the process is competition. National players can be supported. Preferential terms can be offered to them, and it happens everywhere. In the United States, Google and Facebook and other companies, all familiar names, grew not without the government support. There is government money there. They do receive government support in different forms. Or take China, the companies that dominate today in China, they grew and they developed with the assistance of the state. In Russia, we too have our capabilities, we have our great leaders in the industry, and we want to create conditions so that these leaders compete on equal terms, not in subsidiary terms, but legal terms, equal terms with the international giants. Otherwise, what will happen is that those technological giants will stop being drivers of progress and become the constraining factors. We know again about the investigations in the United States when one well-known company was buying out startups at the start of their development, and would incorporate those startups, or not even incorporate them, but just put them on the shelf to boost its own services. Thus, competition is reduced. There is no competition between businesses, there is no competition between ideas. So probably today one of the big questions that all governments face, and it's not just a matter of concern for Russia, it's a matter of concern for all countries, The governments need to find their place and to establish their position in managing digital economy. They need to be able to protect the interests of their residents, and they need to support competition. The consumers, the manufacturers of goods and services and content and social communications, they can be nicely monetized. Anna said that users usually use the platforms free of charge. Well, nothing is free of charge. And out of the 8 companies that have the greatest market capitalization, 7 are platforms. They own data. Those who own data, they already own the world. So the way the relations are built between the users and the platforms will be decisive for the direction of development. Development can be innovative, or development can lead us towards domination of certain entities with economic and political power. What are the risks for consumers then, if the rules of the game are not well defined, and if the rules of the game do not account for the interests of all stakeholders? The users risk losing the quality of the services or goods or content that they acquire. Today, platforms are focused less on quality, and they are focused more on the coverage, on the reach. Users tend to trust recommendations of the platforms because it's easier. It's just so simple. But the recommendations are often not based on quality parameters. They're often based on availability or availability even. It means that customers are not getting the best, they're getting an option that is optimal from the perspective of the platform. And with the legal from the legal point of view, can we have the next slide in the presentation, please? Yes, thanks. I can't read very well from the screen, it's too far from me. So my apologies, I will take a printed copy. So what are the user risks in their interaction with the digital platforms? A lack of transparency in user data processing. Anna said that seemingly the services are gratis, they're free, but this is just a perception. The user data is collected and monetized, but the way the data is monetized is left at the discretion of the service. If you read the user agreements of Facebook or Instagram, and I will not be quoting specifically, but usually, because we don't have time, but usually the internet platforms are pretty vague on how they dispose of collected data in the user agreements. The data can be disseminated and shared with other entities inside the ecosystem, or often the data is shared outside of the ecosystem of the digital platform. They're shared somehow with other vendors or actors. Another risk is shrinkage of choice. It may not be a legal risk, but it's one of the core risks of the platform ecosystems, but again, it's an important risk. No guarantees and too much exemptions from the liability of the internet platforms. And it is indeed true, and Anna mentioned that in her introductory presentation. All the user agreements usually say that you either take it or you leave it. You take the service as is. If you have some problems with the service, well, these are costs. We are innovators. We are, making progress, and you either join the process or you don't. Up to you. I'm sure that many people noticed when Uber, a disruptor of passenger transportation market, wrote in the user agreement that they are an aggregator, they are not a transport company, and they are not responsible for the safety of the passengers. But that means that no one is responsible for the safety. But cars, vehicles, they are a source of danger. And Uber waived that liability in the user agreement. The same happens when a liability is reduced. And you can read about it in the user agreement. Yandex is offering 10,000 rubles, someone $100, but this is totally not adequate. There is this popular online channel in Russia, and the video hosting platform blocked access to one account. And as a result, all content that was generated for 7 years was lost. There was a lot of investment into the equipment, into the salaries of the anchors, marketing, everything else. All this investment materialized in the videos that were published at this video hosting platform. And no one believed that the service will just disconnect the account and the content will be lost. Many people use those services as storage facilities for the content. And regardless of what the user agreements say, but by virtue of the general part of the civil code of the Russian Federation and the civil legislation in general, the sections on damages, I'm sure that regardless of these thresholds and the user agreements, will be soon seeing more claims in courts and higher value of these claims. I think my time is running out, right? So I'm almost done. Thank you. Yes, because I wanted Anna also to take the floor. Okay. You can't really say that the anti-monopoly regulators are not taking any action, that they are idle. But there are some conventional tools that do not work very well in the new markets, and our tools must be enhanced. For instance, digital services do not have any geographic boundaries in the usual sense of the word. In order to define commercial borders of these platforms, you have to think real hard. What's the difference between Facebook and YouTube? Facebook too offers the opportunity to view video content, but social video hosting market, the market of YouTube, and the market of Facebook, they are two different markets. So how do you define them? How do you separate them? Anti-monopoly lawyers are now working on this. They're thinking about those definitions, both in the government institutions and in the businesses. Another big problem is discriminatory pricing. I was coming here in a taxi, and another person would be coming here on a taxi. We would be driving from the same location to this location, and the prices that the two of us paid was different. Same distance, same class of car, different prices. I'm as loyal a customer as that other traveler, but it's just that for the very same person, for the same service, different people pay different prices. This is discriminatory pricing, which is very often encountered in taxi aggregators practices or airfare aggregator practices. The Russian Academy of Economy did a research recently on the taxi markets. And they uncovered a lot of information on discriminatory pricing. We need to put it to use. We really need to use it to fix the problem. Right, thank you very much. Thank you. Everything that you talked about, especially in the second part of your presentation, the fact that the users can lose more than what they can gain is indeed a challenge, because the users are kind of equal, but they are differently active at different platforms. What about professional users, Anna, the journalists? Of course, journalists, reporters use platforms quite actively in their work. I will try to be brief. Sure. Can I have the clicker, please? I too prepared several slides. I'm the head of the press service of Россия сегодня, Russia Today. We are a big holding, we're a big group. You know us as Sputnik. Sputnik broadcasts in 32 languages, and we have 22 offices in different countries. We are also part of Russian information or news agency. We have a very extensive presence around the world, and we every year we have to face blockings or re-ratings, downgradings from the social platforms. For instance, this is a tiny slide, but you can see it, I think. You can read the headlines. The RIA Novosti, the Russian information agency, is blocked, or YouTube removes the Sputnik video with the speech by President Trump. So these are just a few cases of action against our group of companies. Twitter is now marking our account as the media, as a government media, and the same they did with the personal account of our editor-in-chief, Margarita Simonyan. But what about BBC and Deutsche Welle and the Voice of America? These accounts are not marked as associated with the government by Twitter. Why are we, as a government mass media, and we are a government mass media, we never claimed that we were not, but because we're a government media, our information is downrated, while the government mass media of other countries are not marked and not labeled that way. But we all understand, yes, they say in their charter documents, it says that they act in the interests of the United Kingdom they act in the interest. Don't you think it's the same as being the government mass media? What about the Voice of America? The Voice of America is labeled. Oh, it's labeled. Okay, good. Well, in any case, I think it's an important matter that must be discussed. Mass media need a separate and a special user agreement for mass media, because in every country we operate subject to the law on mass media. We cannot be blocked or closed without a decision of the court in a country. But this does not apply to social media. Social media can put us lower in the in the search. It will be the decision of a private company, a private platform. We run the same risk as any other user who signs the user agreement. Is it fair? It's a big question. Of course, social media use the legislation of the country in which they are registered, and they take the decision, as it was said here, to limit people's access to information or not to limit access. Blocking the accounts of Donald Trump demonstrated how much political influence modern social media have. The heads of Facebook and Twitter go bowing to the government authorities of the United States. Of course, they are reporting on their operations, but are their decisions politically motivated? Why accounts from China, Russia, and Iran are labeled by one? Why not similar accounts not labeled if they originate from the US or the UK? What Dmitry was saying, maybe we could have some international agreements, some common standards. Well, I think it's a big question mark. Either the social media submits to the rules of the game in the country where it is registered, or where it operates, where it has an office. And every country takes its own approach. We know of several examples, things that happened in Turkey recently. The social media there now have to open a representative office in Turkey. In France, the Google had to pay a fine of 100 million euro for violating the law on privacy. And also in Australia, before there was an agreement between local mass media and Facebook, well, eventually Facebook is going to pay local mass media for the content of the place, or China. These are some of the examples, not an exhaustive list. Of course, we must continue the dialogue with the Western social media, and I think that in order to have this dialogue, they should open offices here, because if your nearest office of Facebook is, where is it? It's Warsaw, I think. Well, it makes things more difficult. Another important aspect I wanted to mention is blogging. Of course, that's one of the modern trends. It's easier for many Western social media to work with bloggers than with the mass media. There are a few problems with bloggers, and companies are very enthusiastic about bloggers, but is the society ready for this model of operation? We believe that not. My work, for instance, is to provide verified information to the people, and people expect to get information from verified sources. I'm absolutely sure that one thing that must be done is that domestic internet companies would protect the interests of local mass media and sovereignty, but for them to be able to do that, they need to be better than Western analogs. I think we have every capability, and it is our future, and this is the only way how we can avoid all these blockings. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. You see, both first speakers of this session refer to local mass media, and I want to give the floor now to Karen, because he was very actively reacting to everything that he was hearing from the first two speakers, are there any differences or special features in the relations between the Russian platforms and the Russian users and international platforms and Russian users? Well, I'm preparing to make a speech that nobody is going to like, and I feel a bit weird, to tell you the truth. My opinion is that the disbalance that we have today in the relations between the users and the platforms, I think the guilty party here is not the platform, it's the state that is confused about how to regulate the internet, the state that doesn't know how to regulate the content in the internet, the opinions, the messages posted there. Because the government is confused, it pushed the responsibility to the platform. They obliged the platforms to moderate the content. And many people, I think, have the experience of their accounts being blocked on YouTube. You know that often the reasons are quite funny. It's not copyright. There are some very funny cases when the content ID system automatically flags the content that you created yourselves, but other company claims it for its own. It labels your content as its own. The platform has no wish to investigate the case, because if they do not remove the content, the company runs the risk of a multi-million fine, and the users have even less rights. For a user to prove their innocence is costly and a lengthy process, because this is how the law is written. We also talk about disinformation and fake news. We ask the platforms, we demand that the platforms delete fake news, and the academic community of the European Union publishes the report that the predominant majority of the fake or falsified information that is published online originates from the government authorities or the information agencies that reproduce the words of the authorities. What should the platform do? Should they remove those false information that was posted by an official mass media, or should they keep it because people have the right to access information? Why should it be the platform to make that choice? Well, of course, the platforms make this choice because the governments force it to make that choice, but it's not the role of the platform. It should not be the role of the platform. What should be the universal rights of the users that are recorded in some fundamental documents that are recognized around the world, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? They have the right to the freedom of speech. They have the right to a fair trial. So there should be some kind of an arbitration where people would be able to protect their rights. Well, some services do offer kind of an arbitration, but usually it's a corporate, a private arbitration, which and doesn't produce any, good results, tangible results. It's possible also to use an alternative dispute resolution system. There are special authorized organizations in Europe, for instance, to which you can recourse and use an ADR. But this regulation doesn't apply to social media. Maybe it should. Maybe we should introduce this regulation. Maybe we should adopt this practice in Russia as well and spread it out to other countries. If we talk about Russian companies, over and over again, a new regulation is adopted that Russian companies have to comply with, while international companies don't have to comply with because they are not Russian companies. But from the perspective of a regular user, it looks like the foreign companies are protecting the users' rights, while Russian companies are not protecting users' rights. And then the Russian companies collect all the blame. And then they have to somehow vindicate themselves and explain themselves that they are doing it for the better. But even if Yandex publishes a transparency report where it states that quite often it rejects the requests from the government authorities and the moderation that the use of content is quite efficient. And in the case of Facebook, Facebook is actually more they are accepting more requests from the government to moderate the content, but this information doesn't reach the end user. And often transparency tools become corporate PR rather than the tools to restore the rights of the users. In several countries of the European Union and the United States, the law on mandatory reporting is under discussion. If you set something as a KPI, this thing stops working, and I'm absolutely sure that it's going to happen. The whole practice of transparency reporting will become a new useless piece of paper. So what do we do then? Just let them be, let them be. If the law is violated, then it shouldn't be the judgment of the private corporation. If the law is violated, you go to the government, you go to the courts. Then there are the universal rights, the Declaration of Human Rights, for instance. You identify several features. I think there are like 5 of them, and the platforms will have to comply with these obligations, and protect these rights and freedoms. And the problem related to market power concentration and anti-monopoly rules, well, I disagree, actually, that, there are good economic articles from end of 1990s. Network effects, they say, will unavoidably lead to the emergence of dominating players. It's unavoidable, you see. And last century's tools of prohibiting and splitting, and let's have 4 competing companies instead of 1, well, eventually a new dominating platform will arise out of the ashes of this old monopoly. Instead, we can introduce the portability of data so that people would be able to switch between systems without much pain, and interoperability. Enforced interoperability. For instance, the directive on banking APIs, which exists in Europe today, when competitors can interact with your service at the level of an API. And they will be able to process some data, they will be able to offer additional services, but the incumbent company should not resist those activities or attempts, which is a good tool for the development of new companies. As to the protection of personal data, fortunately or unfortunately, the whole world is moving fast towards a kind of GDPR everywhere where digital platforms are evolving. The impact that the European Union had around the world, I mean, you can review all the laws that were adopted from 2017. They basically copy-paste of GDPR, even the Chinese law. There are many things that I don't like in the GDPR, but it looks like this is the standard that we'll have to live with during at least 5 or 6 years. And probably it doesn't make sense to reinvent the bicycle. Instead, we should be focused on implementation of GDPR and improve implementation. Well, thank you very much. You see how different the positions are with respect to what can be done and what's the role of the state. Either we can survive by interoperability, or the more regulation, the better. Since we've mentioned Europe, Europe is the first supranational entity where business uses relations with the so-called online intermediaries in the context of user agreements was regulated. Europe says that user agreements must be written in plain language. They cannot be changed without forewarning. They should contain certain rights and obligations. So if we talk about Europe and if we say that makes a great impact on everybody, then right now there is this new shift, and there are a lot of new decisions taken in order to streamline and improve regulation of the platforms. Now I want to turn to Roman Krupenin, who represents a platform which is very important in Russia. Yandex is everything in Russia. It acts as Facebook and Google and Amazon, so all these different Yandex has all these different faces. Roman, a question to you. How does Yandex build its relations with the users? I read your user agreement and I didn't find it to be much different from Google's or Amazon's or Facebook's. The platform is right, says the user agreement. Do you think it's a problem? Or do you agree with Karen? If the regulators let you be, if you receive government support, things will be better. Hello, Anna, and thank you. And hello, colleagues. One of the biggest challenges is this tremendous information asymmetry. Very often you really don't understand how things are structured inside the service and how they work. On the other hand, when we say a platform, we imagine a dominating player that suppresses everything around it, but which is wrong. It's a wrong perception. On the subject of information asymmetry, Dmitry explained how algorithms and taxi aggregators work. If people travel from the same place and towards the same destination, the price can still be different because price is set dynamically depending on how many vehicles are available today in a particular location, and prices can change and do change over very short periods of time. And I understand, I appreciate that probably not every user will be able to understand how the algorithm works. I will now put my slides on the screen, just a second. Yes, thanks. So in terms of defining the problem, we need to start with a user agreement. User agreement, is it really a civil contract, and is it the same as a buy and sell agreement? So I buy something, I sign the contract, I read the contract, it contains some terms and conditions, and I have an idea of what I'm buying and how much I'm paying for it, what kind of goods I'm about to receive. In regulation of internet services, I agree with Karen that often contradictory requirements are set to the platforms. Often we are required to remove some information. Is it this information in violation of some rules? Or is it not in violation? Sometimes it's not illegal contact, it's harmful contact. In the UK, they are currently discussing a proposal to ask the platforms to remove harmful content, which is not contradictory to the law, but which can potentially harm the users. Information can be blocked. I mean, all of these things do not match easily. What is a user agreement? The user agreement describes the functionality. The designers build a service and they say the service is going to have this and this function, and the functions can be used in such and such way. In basic terms, the user agreement, well, actually, an analogy comes to mind. A shopping mall, you enter a shopping mall, and there is a security guard the sensor. The security guard looks into your bag, and then there are cameras around, the CCTV cameras. You are not signing any civil contract with the shopping malls. You enter the building, there are stores inside. There is no agreement that you sign, but there is an interaction with the service. Even in the absence of a contract, there are rules and the interaction emerges. There are some things that you cannot do, or there are some things that you can do because of those rules. So to say that a user agreement defines the relations, it wouldn't be completely right. We can't define absolutely everything, every single interaction. Many services today work without algorithms based on specific personal data, that is to say, because they have already accumulated arrays of data, huge databases. Regulation. We understand that there are several major companies in the field, but if we set the rules only bearing them in mind, it means that these rules will also extend to all other companies, or the rules will just not be applicable to many other companies that make up the internet. Some services may die out because they will be subject to the regulation that was devised for the big players. I mean, it's a matter of competition. It will be difficult for smaller businesses to meet the requirements because they are small. On the other hand, we do not want to constrain the development of internet services. We want them to devise new means of communication and new solutions. We are looking for differentiation because the users will benefit from the variety of the product, the services and functions. The more different services, the better for the user. In terms of algorithm disclosure, let's disclose all our algorithms. It's difficult to do, in fact. It's difficult to do that in a meaningful way. Of course, we can we'll provide general descriptions of the algorithms, so we're still not sure that every single user will understand even the general descriptions. Paid information must be labeled. Okay. This is what Europe is currently discussing, or information about algorithms. Well, we can share that information with the users, but still the users will not be able to change that functionality. And in many cases, platforms are the starting point of interaction. And in case of a dispute, of course, it's possible to go to the court, and then it will be up to the court to interpret the terms and conditions of the user agreement in the context of all other applicable legislation. The rules that describe the operation of the platform will also be included into this analysis by the court. How can users use the platform? Say, on my platform, we've got hundreds and thousands of users. In terms of economics and law, I cannot take the measures to simultaneously secure the unimportant information, or I don't know, if one of the users places some medical history data, or I cannot take decisions on such a basis. I have to treat all content equally. It's the user who knows how important the information is, how valuable it is. And then it's up to the platform to offer the relevant solution to the user, for instance, different types of accounts. As to content moderation, An article was published not a long time ago on which measures or what kind of content mediation remedies are possible. There is a big variety of the tools to interact with different accounts. It's not just keep or remove. Again, all these different remedies are a differentiating factor for the platforms. This is part of the service that they offer. So regulation should also be flexible. To draw conclusions, if you implement rules, then the rules should take into account that the platforms are differentiated in terms of their users and product designs and the remedies that they can take with respect to content. So variety should be encouraged, not uniformity. We are not talking about some illegal content. And I agree with Karen, by the way, that if we are talking about some unlawful activity, then the decision should be with the courts. But if the information violates the rules of the service, then yes, the platform can take that decision. And we are not, well, it is important to adopt a balanced and a differentiated approach to the regulation of digital platforms. Very good. So we have heard two different points of view. So on the one hand, the government should regulate the platforms also at the level of user agreements because the interests of specific users could be at risk. On the other hand, there is another approach. The platforms are quite capable of regulating their relations with the users themselves. Roman has just said that the platform doesn't provide a service, it provides a function. And then it's the way the user uses the platform that matters. I asked several young people, why do you sign a user agreement? All of them said, we sign a user agreement in order to get the right to use the service and so that the platform will have the right to use our data. It's a kind of a barter. I'll give you my data if you give me your service. And in fact, platforms do gather the data. But do platforms really gather just the data that they need in order to be able to provide a service, or there are problems there? I think it's high time that we asked our regulator. If Elena Zayeva is with us, if she is online, it would be great. And if not, then I will pass the floor to Yuri from Roskomnadzor. Colleagues, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. If you don't mind, I will not switch on the camera. You hear very often that there is a demand for regulation. Let's regulate, but who to regulate? Regulate just the major companies, or let's regulate everyone. So people are discussing who to regulate, but very few people are trying to understand why we need to regulate. It's important to first understand what the goals of regulation are, and after that you select the tools for regulation. Do we need ex-post or ex-ante regulation? As to the activity of anti-monopoly authorities, both in conventional markets and digital markets, always We understand that there is no silver bullet, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. It's not news, it's not a feature of the digital economy market. It happens everywhere. And what can be good, a decision that can be good for competition, maybe is not very good for consumers in the short run. Or, I mean, you face the same in digital markets. So it would be great if at first you would decide what you expect to get out of regulation. After that, you start working on the methodology and think about the subjects and objects of regulation. Now to the matter of data. For an anti-monopoly, antitrust service, data is a tool that can enhance the market power of those who own the data, or that can enhance competition. If the mandate of the anti-monopoly authority is to improve competition and to expand market capabilities, it means that we should work to reduce or remove barriers to the market. And with respect to the data, this is how it works. If data processing and the use of data lead to creation of barriers, then that's bad. If data processing results in more freedom for the users, more choice for the users, and the ease of switching between services, then that's good. Data is a tool, data is a product, it's a good. It's an asset of a company. If this asset is disposed of in a way that makes it easier for the users to switch between different platforms, then this lowers the barriers for entry into the market. In terms of network effects, it means that the market regulates itself and it can resolve some of the conflicts or negative issues. If the platform makes use of the data in such a way that users understand that they have the right to switch and uses that right, then the platform will know that if they push too hard, they may lose all of their audience. If the users do not realize that it's possible for them to switch, or if for their own reasons, some people are just lazy, they don't want to use all the benefits that are available to them. So if users prefer not to switch, then there could be data abuse, and data can be used to erect barriers in the market. So regulation akin to GDPR gives a fishing rod to the users. It demonstrates to the users that they can make use of their right. Then the question is whether the users will want to put this fishing rod into practice and go and fish. We do not have any information at the moment that GDPR contributed to lowering the barriers or improving the conscientious consumption. Probably it's one problem that we need to address these days. We need to educate the users to explain how they can use their rights. The users must be aware of their rights. When we analyze the markets, digital markets, and we do a lot of surveys and polling of the consumers, we're asking the consumers how they use the services of different platforms for the entrepreneurial activities, or if they're an end user, then how do they use a platform for personal needs. In most cases, we see that the users are reluctant to change anything. If they're quite satisfied, well, for a user to start searching for something new, the user needs to suffer real bad. In terms of, well, it's very difficult to make users suffer if they're using a free of charge platform. The first step in these circumstances will be to educate the user to manage and control their own data. We need to educate the users to control their data. You don't have to explain to people that in the store they can pay, I don't know, 5 rubles and buy high quality carrots, or they can go to a different store where they can pay only 1 ruble, but they will get a rotten carrot. You don't explain this to people. People go and see it for themselves. They find it out through their experience. But I think that we can keep trying to raise the awareness of people. We can at least draw the attention of the people to the fact. And it will also promote competition. We need to start somewhere. And we need to make that choice visible to the users. The market is still growing. It's still an emerging market. So education is one activity in which the state can take a proactive role. Well, the anti-monopoly service of Russia has always been quite an advanced regulator. So the question of why to regulate, I'm not surprised to hear this question coming from FAS, from the anti-monopoly service. From other authorities, you tend to hear, let's regulate, period. But what's the purpose? Why? Would the users be harmed more through regulation than without it? So thank you very much for voicing this position. And the last panelist to speak is a representative of Roskomnadzor. It is the authority that's charged with protection of personal data. I enjoyed very much when I attended the youth session of the Russian Internet Governance Forum. There was also a representative of Roskomnadzor there who was saying that, well, we are running after our users. We're trying to train them, to educate them, to explain to them what value they hold in their hands. And the users are, they don't care. They say, oh, I'm happy. I've got my, well, if people find out something about me, that means that I can find out about other people as well. And if we know more about each other, the services will get better. Okay, let's hear from Yuri now, and let's find out what Roskomnadzor thinks about sharing of user data on the basis of user agreements, how much this is aligned with the provisions of the Russian law, or does Roskomnadzor see any problems in there? Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much, Anna, for introducing me. User agreements are indeed applied to the relations between the platforms and the users. If you were to compare the very first user agreements when online services were emerging, when different platforms were just rising, the user agreements of today, you will see a striking difference. User agreements have gone a long way, and now they're much more compliant with the legislation, and they are now taking more regard of the nature of legal relations and the nature of services offered by the platforms. Us being an authority that is mandated to protect the personal data of persons, it's very important that the personal data is processed in full compliance with the law. One of the requirements set to personal data processing is the purpose. Today, we heard a lot that, yes, there are resources that have some hidden functionality and the users are not aware initially some things happen to their personal data. The processes, the algorithms of personal data processing should be very transparent. People need to understand which personal data and for which purpose and by which means are processed, with whom they are shared, what are the means for sharing, are they shared inside the country or outside the country. I believe that every user should know what happens to their personal data. Secondly, the user should be able to take a decision on either consenting to these terms and conditions or rejecting some of the services or terms that are offered by the platform. I also wanted to bring your attention to another fact. We discussed a lot of different internet resources. Mostly we would refer to the best known names, but if you take all of the internet space, as colleagues said before me, we are not dealing there with just 2 or 3 big companies. The internet is very big, and there are many companies there, and their user agreements that are very compliant with legislation. And then there are resources that are using some carrots in order to attract the users, and then with low prices or the services that nobody else offers, they are attracting the audience, but no user agreements are offered to the clients. All these user agreements are totally formal, and when people eventually run into some problems, there is no recourse. They don't know how to protect their personal data from those abusing companies, because having studied the content of the site after an incident, the user realizes that they don't know what were the terms and conditions for sharing the personal data and processing of personal data with this website, and who is the supervisor and who you can address your grievance to. So in the case of those incidents and problems, users can recourse to Roskomnadzor. We have the authorities to restore the rights of users. A colleague from anti-monopoly service said that we need to educate the users. Yeah, we agree with that, and we also believe that we need to improve the online literacy of the users so that people know which resources they can trust, which resources will not compromise their data, which resources are secure, so that people, on the basis of clear criteria, would be able to make a good and a conscientious choice. They will be able to find a trustworthy partner online. We regularly survey different audiences, including consumers of online services. We are mostly focused on the youth because the younger generation are the main consumer of all kinds of online services. And the most recent polls that we carried out among the students of higher education facilities demonstrated that about 80% of the polled students know what personal data is. They know about the main requirements set to the processing of personal data, and 70% are not willing to share or to provide their personal data to unknown resources, or, well, better put, to the entities that look suspicious. Compared to the statistics that we had several years ago, we can confirm that there is a great rise of awareness, about 20-30% over that period of time. We think it's a good trend. We can intend to continue working in the field. We want to raise the awareness not only among the young people, but also among the operators and other categories of consumers. As to protection of human rights or the rights of citizens in online services, in those markets, given the content of the complaints that we receive, when the consumers subscribe to an agreement or when they accept an offer, usually the users are not suspicious. They don't have any questions. The users want to be able to use certain services. They do it. And later, there is an incident, there is some misunderstanding perhaps between the platform and the user, and it's not clear how to settle that dispute. If the matter is of civil nature, then it can be settled in a civil procedure. If the user is denied a right which are set in the law on personal data, and these are the rights, for instance, the ability to withdraw your consent or to remove information if they know that the information is not accurate or it's no longer relevant, or if the information was obtained by unlawful means. In those circumstances, we would enter the process, and we will ensure that the platforms are compliant with the domestic laws on privacy, private data. GDPR is a regime that offers a lot of rights to the users, but if you were to compare it with the Russian legislation, you would notice that the rights under GDPR already included into the law on private data. In addition to GDPR, there is also the Convention of the Council of Europe, number 108, which was amended, it was modified to update it and to make it more relevant in the context of modern threats and challenges. GDPR offers a kind of liberalization of data processing in certain matters. On the other hand, in order to maintain balance of interests of the business and of the consumer, GDPR provides for extensive fines. And people tend to neglect this information or forget about this, but it is a mandatory condition. Liberalization is possible, but you have to understand that if you are in breach of the provisions of the law, then you will be subjected to big fines. And the experience of Europe demonstrates that this is the way to balance out the interests of various stakeholders. One other thing that I wanted to bring up today is access of children to online resources. A lot of work must be done there. A lot of work with respect to how the personal data of children is used, provided, and shared. I think that in these agreements, in the legislation, we must have some consistent and unified mechanisms that would minimize the risks of violating the rights of the minors in the internet. And this way we'll be able to also counter the crimes that we are all concerned with. Basically, that is everything that I wanted to say today. In conclusion, Roskomnadzor, as the authorized body, is always open to a discussion or initiatives. We are willing to participate in any process that will lead us to working out a decision that will be mutually beneficial. Well, thank you very much. All panelists have spoken. We have very little time left. I will ask two questions. The first question will go to Karen. We received many questions to him, actually, via chat. And I also have another question to Dmitry, because we also received another question. Well, probably we'll start with Dmitry. Can we unify user agreements for different categories of services at an international level? Can we have a minimal list of user agreement provisions? Is it possible at the international level, like kind of a minimal standard? Well, I don't think the question should be addressed to a lawyer. I think the question should go to the politicians, to those who have the political will to develop international decisions. Since the internet is a global phenomenon, it needs to be managed or governed on a global level. Probably it is the matter of the future. But again, there are a lot of discussions around this right now. Probably we'll have something in the future. Well, yeah, I agree. Probably will not see a UN convention in the near future, but some UNCITRAL template or some framework document from UNCITRAL, why not? And a question to Karen. So what should the government do? What's your basic idea? We heard interoperability. So what can the governments do to promote interoperability so that there is interoperability between services and platforms? Well, two things. Technical standards, the requirements to the data formats and open interfaces, to the rules of collection and processing of data, not necessarily personal data, in most cases not personal data. And because of that, there are often additional problems there. There are services that have databases that combine personal and non-personal data, and as a result, these databases, for instance, are not opened to others. Intellectual property, fair use principle that exists in the United States, this is something that can be done and supported by the governments. Secondly, in the second category, we find anti-monopoly measures, anti-monopoly requirements to the platforms, say, defining the size or regulating access to the service data as a means of supporting competition at the market. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. In fact, today we heard many interesting ideas, and if we were to summarize this discussion, there is just one takeaway, I guess, a major one that we can draw out of it. Brute force doesn't work, but what works? I liked Roman's idea that the platforms themselves, especially big platforms, should be able to set their own rules of the game and communicate them to the users, because the users must be educated, they must be made aware of their rights and opportunities. Often the users do not know what they can get out of the use of a particular service. It is clear that what we need in the relations between the platforms and the users is that the platforms would be telling the users of what it does and how it does that with the user data. Of course, you can force the platform, and GDPR does that with respect to personal data. But if the system is open and if the users can vote with their presence on the platform, then any tricks or any attempts to conceal some data or manipulate the user will work against the platform. So again, the better educated the users are, the more benefit will be reaped by both the users and the platforms. And the dialogue, there should be dialogue between the platforms and the users with participation of the state. It will allow us to avoid acute conflicts, and if there are conflicts, then the problems will be resolved not through blocking or slowing down of the traffic, but through discussions and dialogue. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for participating in this discussion. I hope you enjoyed it.
До свидания тогда.
Мы сейчас по центру ставим, а центр будем писать.
Participants of the 11th Russian Internet Governance Forum. I will ask all the participants of the final use session to get to the stage and take their seats. And now, as we were announcing in the morning, we are going to close the conference with a very interesting session. There is a lot of emphasis today on the youth, on the collaboration with the youth and exchange of experience and involving the youth in designing of the rules and norms and overall laying the tracks. IGF has always cooperated with the youth, and this year, before the actual Russian Internet Governance Forum, we held a day of the Youth Internet Governance Forum at Skoltech. I've just been to the digital dictation site, and there, when talked, we were saying that the youth who are the digital natives, they were born in the era of the internet. Very often they are carefree about information security, they are over-trusting, often online, and those projects, just like the digital dictation, is a means of identifying the deficiencies that we have today in the online hygiene literacy and addressing those deficiencies. I want to pass the floor now to Ilona Stadnik, who is the coordinator of youth projects at the Coordination Center, and Roman Chukov, who is the co-organizer of the Youth Forum. Please, let's have a discussion. At the end of youth session, there will be an open microphone part. Let's see whether we share any values or if there are any topics that we can discuss together. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Ilona Stadnikova. I'm coordinator and supervisor of youth projects at the .ru.rf Coordination Center. And for the last 2 years, we've been working to involve the youth into various internet governance projects. But what is youth? In fact, what do we mean when we say youth? The internationally accepted measure is 35 years of age. So anyone who is below 35 years of age is considered to be youth. But to be more specific, the audience who we target are students and graduates, people who have already left their colleges and universities but still want to learn, to master new skills. And the same applies to the young educators who want to stay relevant and interesting to the students who they teach. Andrei has already mentioned, and he talked about it at the opening of the Youth Forum at Skoltech. Let me go briefly. Why is it important to engage the youth? Why is it important to invest time and resources into education and training? Well, the students and even school children, and they are the ones who will be governing the internet in 10 years' time, and we will have to take a step back and hand the governance over to them. For this transition to be smooth, we need to engage them now. We need to introduce them to the current agenda so that they would be able to see current challenges, and so that later they would be able to lay new tracks and bring the internet technologies to the place that they see in accordance with their vision. On the slide, you can see the flagship projects of the Coordination Center. We host the summer school on internet governance. Well, I will walk you through all of these projects one by one. Last year, we launched a summer school of internet governance. It was a pilot project, but in fact, these initiatives have been in existence around the world for many years. And I believe the European School of Internet Governance was started at the end of 2000s. Our colleagues in Latin America also held many schools like that. RSIC is now a member of this movement, which accounts with about a dozen schools on internet governance. Now Russia is part of this international movement. As you can tell from the slide, we had a very big audience. We received more than 100 applications after we processed these applications and bids. As you can see, we would like to have people of all backgrounds. We had people who study international relations and law and telecommunications. We had a lot of future reporters and people who work in media, want to work in media, programmers, even prosecutors. And our geography was also very wide. If you remember 2020, summer, lockdowns, of course, we wanted to have the school offline for a week, but we were not able to do that. And online actually proved to be a very efficient mode of operation. When we expanded our geography, more people were able to join. In the end, we had 38 graduates, which is a good number. And since it was an online event, we held the school once a week over the weekends. There was a preparatory period where we talked about the history of the internet, where we busted some myths about the internet. We talked about stakeholders, who they are, what's multi-stakeholderism, and what are the main principles of the internet functioning, what's the structure. And then in September, which we organized together with the St. Petersburg State University, was more practical. We invited colleagues from different organizations like ICANN, RIPE-NCC, and other companies, and we discussed some very practical issues. Some of them are listed on the slide. The sessions ended in public debate. And this year, we too want to announce the second Russian Summer Internet Governance School. Please follow our news on the website. We didn't want to lose the momentum that we generated during the summer school, and we started a discussion, an online discussion club. We call it Digital Reality. This is a format that we envisioned as a continuous event. We invite practitioners from companies and research facilities. We invite activists as well to talk about some current issues. In February, we discussed privacy and cookies. We talked about responsible behavior of the state, and Kaspersky came to share their experience. The club is open to anyone. The graduates of our summer school are the core of this debate club. And then lectures in the higher education institutions. This is where we actually started. We went to different universities with some introductory lectures, Internet Governance 101. Then we also had more specialized lectures depending on the request coming from the universities. Say, if we want to see students who study international relations, we focused on negotiations, or we talked more about the technical aspects of the internet governance if we spoke to future engineers. Another initiative that was just finalized. It's a special course at the Russian Internet Governance Forum last year. We could could not hold RIGF because of the pandemic, but we organized a youth workshop on the topics of the forum that we wanted to present during the forum if we had it. So in 2020, we had this introductory workshop, and in spring 2021, we organized a special course for the youth. We had a wonderful audience. We received about 100 applications from different countries, the CIS countries. Eventually, 60 plus people attended the course. We invited experts, and all the topics of the forum sessions were presented to the audience at the end of the special course. Our participants, attendees, prepared a statement, a youth statement. And the announcement of today, in order to, again, preserve this impulse, we want to restart the Youth Council at the Coordination Center. It was initiated in 2018, but there was no substance in the Youth Council. But now we found the meaning, found the purpose for this Youth Council. We now know how to involve youth and how to formalize the process. For some people, formalization is important, and also coordination, coordinated, is something that we lacked before. Those people who will join the Youth Council, they will popularize internet governance among their peers. The council will help us prepare different activities and events, like the summer school. We'll be happy to receive their assistance in organization of the summer school. They will also help us prepare the materials for the discussion club. We have a special information resource where we are posting interesting notes on internet governance. We'll need their assistance and their creativity. We will be willing to consider any possible scenarios and ways of getting this assistance. And on our side, of course, we will provide support to these people, to these members of the Youth Council, if they want to participate in different activities in Russia or abroad. This QR code will take you to a questionnaire that you can fill out and apply for the membership in the Youth Council. We'll be very happy to see monitoring the graduates of our summer schools. Here are all the resources. We've got the Telegram channel, the discussion club chat. We also have a community on Facebook where all the information is, of course, copied. And you can also write to me directly to my email. I will be happy to meet you and to share with you any information that you might require. Thank you. And Roman will now tell us a bit more about the Youth Forum. Well, I hoped I will be able to fill out my application form while you were talking, but actually several fields require long answers rather than just yes or no or some numbers. So I'll have to finish this application form later. I have been involved with matters related to internet governance since about 2013. I'm very happy that more young people get interested in this topic. I'm very happy to see that students are getting involved. You know that in 2025, Russia is going to be the host for the Global Internet Governance Forum. It would be great if the young people who we have here on stage will become even more competent in those topics and will be able to support the Global Internet Governance Forum in several years' time. Anna is one of the elected Internet Governance Ombudsman. Alin Havov is the student from High School of Economics, and Danil Mazurin is the student of the High School of Economics and the author of one interesting startup that he is going to present himself. And then a couple of words, with your permission, about the youth forum. We did not expect such a high activity among the younger generation. It seems that people are missing offline formats. And given that we didn't have much opportunity to welcome many people at the site, and they had to present antibody tests, we had 200 people at the site, but online more than 5,000 attendees were present. There was a lot of interactivity during the registration. Any person could offer their ideas to be included into the youth address. And this is in line with international practices. I've always been associated with big 20s, big AIDS, with big whatever. And so G20s, G8s. Obviously, and this is a practice that is adopted in all these international organizations, where you first collect inputs from different participants, and then you convert them, you make them actionable. And this is what we intended to do. We had several partners. We received many interesting ideas. We wanted to thank our partners, the Bauman University, GIMO, and others. On the eve of the forum, we received the statements from the special course participants. All 5 of them were included into the final text. So all of this work, it was very collaborative, and I'm sure that the thoughts of the youth were reflected, are now reflected in the text of this final testament. The President of Russia sent an address, a welcome address to the participants of the forum. The Deputy General Secretary Liu Chiming, the General Secretary of the United Nations, also sent a welcome address. The Secretariat also helped us a lot in sending out the information. That's why we had a lot of foreign participants. And one other interesting forum is we had 6 nominations. We gave out 6 awards for an education project, best blogger, best student project, best startup, best entrepreneurial initiative. I don't remember. I lost count. Well, you can find all this information at .rig.ru, and more than 100 applications, 102 if I'm not mistaken, were submitted, and that includes the international applications as well. In every nomination we had 3 prizes, and I was especially happy for the international colleagues because they shared with us some exciting projects, and the winners come from Serbia, Latvia, and the Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I think all this information should have been already published at our website. If not, then it will be published very soon. Another interesting thing is we had interactive voting. We voted for the anthem of the forum. The girl from Saratov won, and she sang at the forum. And we also allowed 2 other composers to present their compositions. So we wanted people to be as creative as possible, and to the extent that it was enabled by the site and the timeline on which we worked. Another thing, as we were preparing the forum and as we were collecting the ideas from the future participants, there were many proposals to have an ombudsman, some kind of representative, and we decided that we should establish such a title. There was a jury, and we elected an internet governance ombudsman for the youth. There were several candidates. The jury read the programs. The candidates presented their programs. They made videos, and the jury selected 3 youth internet governance ombudsmen. You saw 2 people, Dmitry and Alexei, during the opening ceremony of the 11th Russian Internet Governance Forum. Irina is our 3rd youth governance, internet governance ombudswoman, to tell the truth. Thank you, everyone, everyone who's watching us online and who is here in the room. I hope that the recording will also be available for those who couldn't attend the session right now. I believe it is important to have digital ombudsman not only in our country but in other countries as well. It is necessary to have someone who will be able to talk to powers that be and to explain things from the perspective of the community that this ombudsman represents. Like in our case, we represent the youth from our cradle. We know how to use different gadgets. We were born with tablets in our hands, and there is a gap between the old generation. You come to Ukrainian say, hey, it's so easy. You open WhatsApp, you press this button, and you can record a video message. For the older people, this seems to be quite challenging. So it would be good if we would be able to help present the younger generation's point of view that will inform the decision-making and legislation as well. There are many things that are not explained to children as they study in schools. The laws are just stated, and the information is about the laws presented to the children in the form that they are laws, and that's why you have to know them. But there is no explanation. I believe that it's important that people understand why different rules and norms are adopted in our country. There are many universities, different developing faculties, and I think that people who study development must have opportunity to put their skills into practice. At our university, there was this future student who started at the last year in school, who, as he was getting ready to enter the university, he prepared a special test for the future students to help them select the profession. So I think that we need to need to be supporting children and teenagers, younger people in all these matters, and be the bridge between them and the older generations. I took a delegation of students at the BAM University. They studied together with me, and thank you very much. Actually, they enjoyed it very much. They said it was very exciting. So I was leading this delegation, and people took part in these activities. And the feedback that I was getting is that very rarely do young people get asked what it is that they actually wanted, what their opinion was. So it would be wonderful if there would be the 2nd Youth Internet Governance Forum next year. It would be great if we could receive more people and bring in colleagues from other universities and countries and help solve various issues together. Well, speaking about the international experience, the Polish IGF, the global IGF is coming up, and they are going to have the youth track. And I was saying this during the opening ceremony, and I hope you will share this information with your colleagues and peers. Please don't miss this opportunity. You have to apply to the participation in the youth track of the IGF. Well, yesterday there was a meeting of the strategy group, and I was surprised to realize at one point in the discussion that we were talking for a while about the youth. Very soon we will be applying for the Polish forum, Olympic from ICANN, he initiated this discussion about the youth, and I promised that we too have all the materials and the video about the forum that we want to share with all the participants in the advisory group. Yeah, speaking about Poland, the students from our university, they wrote about 20 pages with proposals. You can find the final text of our statement at the website of the Youth Internet Governance Forum. I do not want to read all of the ideas that we received, but out of everything that you can find in here in the document on paper, we believe that the important thing is to convert these ideas into action. There are some ideas related to bridging the digital divide, and this is, yeah, we also have it in our statements. Right, the digital economy and transforming the labor market. There are many young people who work online, and they are earning through blogging or other services in this sector. Then digital ethics and also digital hygiene. I think that young kids should learn how to behave online, how to respond to different situations like hate speech or bullying or extortion, maybe. We had to learn from our own mistakes and from our own experience. Maybe if we could explain it to kids sooner. When you study how to read and write, I think kids need to learn how to behave, how to exist in this incredible space. Of course, curiosity is only natural, and it's important that kids break boundaries. But you have to do it in a safe manner. Then another point here, content and data. What can happen to the data that you publish online? How can you protect yourselves? And trust is also very important for the youth. It's important for them to understand that they can feel safe in this space, and the internet is their friend. Another thing, the knowledge and the value that they can derive out of this resource. The youth needs to be able to see that they can share the knowledge, they can unite in communities, and the internet enables global communities. You can talk to anyone, anywhere in the world. Now you can talk to Elon Musk directly. You can talk to the best developers in our country. It's a unique opportunity. As I was explaining this to my mom, she was really shocked. She didn't know that that was possible. And the last statement here is that involving the youth in internet governance. I think that we are the main consumers of everything that happens online, and it's important to promote youth initiatives. I'm not saying that all of these initiatives should be accepted without questioning, but it's important that the youth initiatives are supported. Okay, let's take a look at the screen. That's how the things went. Did you want to say something else? Yes. As far as I understand, there is this idea to have the global forum of the youth digital ombudsman in 2022. I believe it's an excellent idea. Well, there are already steps being taken to introduce all these digital ombudsmen to each other, and I intend to register for this initiative, and we can think together how to develop the youth component of the global formats. Right now, there's a bit of chaos in all these activities, and the Center for IT Cooperation, Global IT Cooperation, one of the founders is Coordination Center. They are willing to become the coordinator of the process, of course, with assistance from the newly elected digital ombudsman. You can see that in the video, there were many experts from the business, from the government. There were even bloggers and TikTokers. People danced, they did everything, really. Alim Khabov, can you say a few words on the importance of the content and how it felt at the forum? Okay, I will start from afar and then I will get back to your question. I think we cannot deny that we live in the times of a new revolution. Very often the revolution happens and you start feeling the effects after a while. And this is what happened with us. I think the Youth Forum brought together the visions of the young people from around the world and from Russia. And speak closer to the mic? Sure, I can. And it launched the discussion and the dialogue between the youth and the businesses and the powers that be and even the international community. This dialogue and the discussion was reflected in our videos and social movies because these processes that are taking place in the society and the youth are very important. We as representatives of the youth, the digital ombudsman and my colleague Daniel, we are already in the postmodernist world. One of our legs is already there. And since we are part of this discussion, of this discourse, we live it, we experience it, and that's why our perspective is so important. So it's, the thing is, you don't just listen to the youth, you don't just listen to what we have to say. We need to be involved. We must be part of the decision-making process. We are part of the process, and we are the ones shaping the agenda. This first international forum is a good start for the discussion and the dialogue. Let's take a look at the video. Sure. And Alim wrote the script. Well, I was not the only script writer. It is the product of many people, and it reflects the ideas of people who sent their proposals to the address and the statements. And yeah, I was probably one of the key script writers, but again, it was teamwork, like positive content. In all our social movies, you will see the positive content that emphasizes the importance of having youth in life and online. Thank you. Let's take a look at the screen once again.
Современные технологии – неотъемлемая часть нашей жизни. Интернет существенно изменил современный мир и расширил возможности человека. Но его использование породило и новые проблемы. Наши персональные данные и свобода выбора в интернете подвергаются все большим угрозам. С развитием цифровизации растет угроза атак на критическую инфраструктуру и социально значимые объекты в любой части мира. Darknet позволяет преступлениям против человечности оставаться безнаказанным, поощряя худшие черты человеческой природы. Чрезмерное использование цифровых технологий лишает наш мир уникальности и все больше начинает размывать границы между виртуальным миром и реальностью. Корпорации устанавливают жесткую интернет-цензуру, пытаясь вмешиваться в политические процессы и подменять законы целых государств корпоративной политикой. Интернет все больше становится предметом торга и шантажа в политических процессах. Интернет является всеобщим достижением человечества, но можем ли мы сделать его комфортным для каждого? Все зависит от нас самих и в первую очередь от молодых людей. У них есть свое видение.
Мы видим интернет безопасной и дружелюбной средой, где каждый может быть уверен в соблюдении своего права на частную жизнь.
Мы видим интернет как пространство возможностей, где каждый может сам решать, кем быть, освоить новую профессию, получать или передавать новые знания.
Мы видим интернет как пространство свободы слова, где всем гарантирован равный доступ к информации, где каждый может выразить свое мнение без риска преследования за него.
Мы видим интернет местом всеобщего равенства и приоритета общечеловеческих ценностей, где крупные корпорации имеют те же права и обязанности, что и обычные пользователи. Мы видим технологии как средство помощи тем, кто нуждается в нас и кого мы любим.
Мы видим мир, в котором интернет нельзя отключить, исходя из политических причин. Мир, в котором интернет — это достояние международного сообщества.
Мы видим мир, в котором технологические достижения способствуют сохранению нашего многообразия и личных ценностей. Мы видим мир, где современные технологии помогут преодолеть экологические проблемы и сделают наш мир лучше. Мы видим мир, где мы едины, в своем стремлении к устойчивому развитию, в использовании технологий как инструмента, который служит во благо человека. Технологий, позволяющих раскрыть весь потенциал личности, оставаясь при этом самими собой.
Вот, как-то так.
So there it goes. I think it's an interesting piece of work. We actually have in mind of showing you another video, and I hope you will not be bored by all these little movies. But before we watch another video, let's turn to Daniel. He is one of the initiators of various interactivity events at the forum. Daniel?
На самом деле это необычная история, потому что все получилось очень-очень здорово. У нас на форуме
Actually,
мы хотели, чтобы помимо того, что у нас были содержательные...
it works just fine, and we didn't even expect things to be that good. We thought that in addition to all the formal proceedings, we needed to have some interactivity at the forum. Today, younger people learn more through practice and not through theory, probably the way Roman studied in his days. People want to get a touch and feel of different technologies. They want to understand how a neural network operates. And that's why we set up a fun zone at the forum. People from the Yandex Museum brought old computers with them, and the participants could play computer games. I think Yandex Museum made many people's dream come true, because it's not often that you find antiquated computers around. Then the Russian Historic Society brought VR glasses. The participants of the forum could put on the VR glasses and walk around the library and look at things, and all of this happened in 3D. And then we also had a spinner that you saw on the video that creates amazing videos. We had a 5G lab, a VR AR area where people played games, and we also had a neural network. A neural network that writes poetry. I am a co-founder of the project for neural networks, and specifically for this conference, we trained a neural network that knows how to write poems. So a human enters an initial phrase. You answer as many words as you want. I'm in love, or the sun is shining. And then the neural network, depending on this initial input, the neural network will find poems from great Russian poets to match your initial input. People loved it, actually. It was great. It was absolutely amazing, fascinating. During the forum, many participants had an excellent opportunity to dive into IT and not only talk about the relevant agendas, but to get the feel and touch of the technologies themselves. Yes, thank you. I think it was very important that we had this fun zone. I saw not only students there, but I saw a lot of grown-ups, adults in this area. A lot of grown-up people playing Mario Brothers. Even Sergei Kiriyenko, first deputy head of the presidential office, he stopped at the fun zone, and I think that he tried on the VR glasses from the Russian Historic Society. And if I'm not mistaken, Skoltek wanted to host the Yandex Museum. They offered their premises for the museum. Anyway, let's take a look at the third video of the day. There was a flash mob at the forum, and if you agree with this, we showed the video, and if people agreed with the main message of the video, people put on the hoods on their hoodies. Well.
Вот, собственно, да, и тот лозунг, как
And those words, yes, exactly. We held a flash mob. We gave out hoodies to the participants of the forum. And the participants, they choose for themselves if they would wear a hoodie, they would be supportive of this concept. Think, decide, live. And the majority support it. They want to be able to think, they want to be able to decide, and they want to be able to live. Hoodie to people, right. So, concluding this a quick presentation of the forum, it is very easy to find us. Please join. You can find us at Youth RIGF in Vkontakte or in Telegram. Let's stay in touch. Thank you very much, guys, for sharing with us your experience. And although I too participated myself, and I was in the organizing team, we introduced the summer school to the participants. I didn't see everything. I didn't manage to be everywhere at the same time. So thank you for updating us. And thank you for briefing about the forum. And now we will switch to the open microphone session. I need to say a few words about this format. This is a very traditional format for any IGF. The global, the national IGFs all hold open microphone sessions. And since the final session of this RIGF is the youth session in our studio, we have graduates from the summer school and participants of the special course. And I want to hand the open microphone to them. I want to ask them to come to the stage to share their experience and impressions. Now I'll start with Yulia. Yulia, will you please introduce yourself? How did it go for you? Was it useful? Where are you now? Hello, dear organizers. Hello, dear participants. My name is Yulia Tikhonova, and I'm from the St. Petersburg State University. My path to the internet governance, to understanding how special the theme was, began at the summer school organized by the Coordination Center, by the CEC, together with the Faculty of International Relations of the St. Petersburg State University. It was great because the course contained two parts, the preparatory and the main block. In August, during the preparatory stage, people from different backgrounds, the technical people, the students of law, the students of journalism, and other, we learned about the internet and its history, and we learned about the internet governance and multi-stakeholderism model. In September, we had an opportunity to discuss. We were preparing for debates on different topics: content regulation, the right to be yourself, the digital trace. Is it possible to get rid of it? And then we wrote the final paper based on the knowledge that we received during the course. The experience of debates was extremely useful because later, together with another graduate of the school, together with Tatiana Grishanina, we took part in the debates during Youth IGF. It was a discussion around various relevant topics that took place in different regions, and we talked about digital education, what are the drawbacks and what are the benefits of digital education, online education, and we acquired our experience of our presentation, the presentation skills during the summer school of internet governance. There aren't that many sites where current internet governance agenda can be discussed. And as someone who's making first steps in this field, I listen more than I talk. And sometimes I also prepare some journalist papers based on the information that I received during the lectures. Now, together with another colleague who was also present at the forum, we are participating in Generation Connect sessions, working sessions organized by the ITU. At the sessions, we met people from, again, technical universities, law schools, schools of economy. And with them, we talked about cybersecurity and bridging the digital divide between centers and the periphery. And everything that I had to share with my counterparts at those sessions, I believe I learned at the summer school, and the story doesn't stop there. Sure. Yulia, we hope that you apply to the Youth Council. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yulia. Thank you. And we have another graduate of the school, Tatiana Zasheva. Tatiana, please share with us your success story. Thank you very much, Ilona. First of all, I would like to thank our colleagues from the Coordination Center and Ilona in particular, because she is the one organizing everything. And she puts her heart into all of these activities. Unlike Julia, I'm a master student at the Moscow State University, and my program focuses on public policy. So the issues of internet governance that I'm mostly interested in, they are related to the sphere of the political. Speaking about my experience of this summer school and the special course, because I'm the graduate of both programs. First of all, Julie has already mentioned that at the summer school, we discussed all aspects of multi-stakeholderism and the idea that all the decisions that are taken in internet governance have an impact on a very wide circle of entities. They have an impact on governments and businesses and citizens. So one thing that should be taken into account in the field of the political is that different interests must be regarded, which is difficult. The internet and digital are everywhere. It penetrates our professional and private lives. So it means that any decision in terms of internet governance will be affecting people both professionally and in private lives. In September, I had the chance to moderate a public discussion on internet governance. It was a very important experience. The event was organized with the Internet International Organization, and all our results, the output of this event, was used in preparation of an international document, a global document. This event demonstrated to me how difficult it is to arrive at a consensus and to adopt decisions that would be seen as satisfactory by all stakeholders. As I'm a master's student, in my thesis, I plan to write about digital risks and cyber risks, internet governance risks, and how they are related to the more general political risks, how they fit the landscape of political risks. There is a lot of information noise, politically motivated statements, allegations. There are a lot of personal opinions around. On the other hand, there are facts and expert opinions And in my research, I want to be able to use objective approach to risks and to define risks that may exist in a particular jurisdiction. I want to be able to separate the reality from information noise. And just like Julia, I hope to continue cooperation with the Coordination Center. It would be wonderful if these events would become bigger and more people from different multi-stakeholder groups would join these activities. Thank you very much. Please join the Youth Council. We have 2 more people online. Not everybody managed to come to our site here. We've got students and we also have graduates, right? Those who have already graduated the universities. Are they with us? Sergey Zolotov. I can see Sergey. Okay, if we can see Sergey, let's start with Sergey. Colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Excellent.
Что бы хотелось сказать со своей стороны относительно третьей школы по управлению интернетом? Я бы сказал, что ключевым
To answer your question, the biggest benefit of the youth school on internet governance, or the biggest advantage, is the excellent choice of speakers, which is fully aligned with the multi-stakeholder approach. I wanted to thank Mikhail Yakushev and Andrei Voropyov, Andrei Romanov, and of course Ilona for organizing the school. The school gives you a very good idea of what internet governance is. Even if you have never specialized in the topic before. Journalists, economists, we all learn something new. And although we study different disciplines, we managed to learn a lot during the school. Can I add something? Sergey is the graduate of the summer school, and then he became the lecturer at the special course. Yes, indeed. This is exactly what happened. Yes, I made a presentation at the Youth RIGF at the special course. And I'm very pleased to see that the digital divide is mentioned in the statement of the final document. Roman Shubov, probably I need to thank you for it. Thank you for including the digital divide onto this final document. I think that this document actually can be seen as a roadmap for internet governance in Russia. Well, you see, I'm wearing a T-shirt with the logo of 25 years of .ru. This year, .ru is 27 years old, and the summer school only appeared in 2020. So it took us a long time to launch this important movement, but now that it has started, I'm sure it will not stop, and together we'll be able to make progress towards more efficient internet for all stakeholders. Thank you very much, Sergey. Probably you can't hear that people started applauding you, but they did. I could hear that. And Oleg Shakirov. Oleg, do we have Oleg online? Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me? Yep. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. It was an exciting time. At school, my main subject matter is information security, and the summer school explained to me how internet is governed and how different rules are set. If any of you is thinking about applying to the school, and if you think that the school is not for you, actually it is, because regardless of what you study, it will give you a very broad overview of the internet, and it will give you insights into the various aspects of the internet, including in your own subject matter. In March, the United Nations process of negotiations completed. It was initiated by Russia. We talked about it during the school, and then I continued monitoring the information from this process, observing the process until the very end. Then there is the discussion club, there is the chat and the Telegram, and I use these tools very often. We were exchanging opinions as to has the greatest influence in setting the norms of behavior online. Thank you, Oleg. I forgot to mention that Oleg is from those participants of the school who are already graduates of the universities. He was a consultant of Peer Center. Now he works in a specialized information security organization. Thank you very much, Oleg. Thank you. And you're always welcome to all our events. And we will be very happy, again, if you would apply to the position in the Youth Council. Andrei Vorobyov, I believe, wanted to say a few words on other projects of the Coordination Center that are aimed at education, but they do not focus on the youth. They are addressed to a wider audience. Yes, they are addressed to a wider audience, but they are equally addressed to the youth. What Ilona shared with us at the start of the session related to the process of internet governance, we keep insisting that internet governance is a process, it is a dialogue. We have several projects. For instance, on day one, we were awarding the awards to the winners of the 6th Russian competition on IP and IT. These are students' works, papers on intellectual property rights in information technology area. IP and IT are related fields, and the 6th contest demonstrated that the interest to the topic grows year on year. Those people who were on the stage 2 days ago, they themselves are already participants of this greater process. They are already writing academic papers on internet governance. As we were saying, we hope that our Youth Council, that this institution that was established at the first Youth Russian Internet Governance Forum and the Russian Internet Governance Ombudsman will also lend their hand in popularizing these activities. You have direct access to various student communities. It's one of your primary tasks. I remember that the team of the Digital Ombudsman was saying that Russia is so big that one person will not be able to cover all of it, so we must have regional networks. And if we have regional networks, we will be able to promote our own initiatives, to engage the youth in the process of internet governance, or to research the internet. This is another big project that we've been carrying out for many years together with Rostelecom. It's a very wide scale, and it covers all of the Russian regions because Rostelecom has its own distributed regional network. It is called the project Research the Internet and Govern the Internet. It's for middle school children, and also we have a special program for school graduates and freshmen at the universities. Every year a new topic is offered. We are in discussion with the local administrations and also with the federal authorities. Roskomnadzor in its time helped us develop a big blog related to protection of personal data, and part of the information from the blog is now used in the all-Russian digital dictation. There are also blocks related to the infrastructure of the internet, and there are blocks related to internet governance. It's great that the youth first, together with the teachers, with the educators, will be able to learn about this information to acquire the knowledge, and then in autumn they will be able to take part in the All-Russian Championship. The base of those championships, and we've been organizing that for several years, today the audience is about 30,000 people. That means that 30,000 people have already participated in this game. It is a game because it's a championship. It has this component of competition. It's wonderful because it makes people think and reconsider their own level of digital competencies and maybe learn something new. We also have projects aimed at young journalists, young reporters. We have a special nomination in an annual competition. It used to be a competition for grown-up journalists, but then we noticed that there is a lot of interest to this competition from school TV studios or editorial offices, and now we have access to many people, young people who write and who are capable of delivering this information about internet governance to the school children or to the students using their youth mass media. So these are the three big and important initiatives about which I wanted to speak from this stage. Maybe we can hear something from the youth again in conclusion of the session. Well, thank you very much for this overview of the projects, other projects that the Coordination Center is implementing. Since this is an open microphone, maybe you guys, you want to share some thoughts or ideas with us? Yes, that was my idea, exactly. Maybe we have someone who wants to speak online or from the floor here. And there are speakers who you know. Maybe we have questions from the audience to any of the speakers. Not yet? Well, in any case, I believe that this is all invaluable experience, and the younger people who are watching us online now, who will be watching the recorded version, they will get new insights into internet governance. In 2017, I found myself in Geneva at this forum for the first time as an enthusiast of the field, and I knew very little about the subject. This is when we met. Yes, yeah, I remember it was in Geneva in 2017. Oh, right, you are right. And IGF, what I like in this field, what I find to be different from other fields, everything is very clear and precise. Here is a track for newcomers, Internet Governance 101. I started asking questions then that are still without answers. Who controls the internet? Who governs the internet? Is it possible to have shared responsibilities? Is it possible to have some legal frameworks of shared responsibility? I'm sorry that I'm switching to English from time to time, but this is the terminology that we use in our discussions. And if 2017 people would be looking at me with wild eyes when I would mention the idea of shared responsibility or joint drafting of the rules of the game and distribution of roles between the stakeholders in internet governance, now this is quite a legitimate part of the agenda 4 years since. And we should thank, I guess, our young representatives, delegates, for pushing for this agenda. I wouldn't be surprised if by 2025 these ideas will already be implemented, because there is this lag of 3 to 4 years before an idea is pronounced, before it becomes mainstream, and before it is implemented. Let's see, let's test it. Maybe in 3 or 4 years we will see a new paradigm. We will find ourselves in a position when we already have the rules of the game, or a global treaty even. And that means that the sooner you are involved in the process, the sooner you join all these initiatives and processes, the faster things will happen. The faster you will be able to see your ideas come to life. So as an ambassador of this idea of Russia, I urge you to be involved and not be afraid. People are afraid. Well, what if I go to the forum? What will I do there? Who needs me there? Well, the important thing is you go and you talk, and it's not important that you speak at every single panel, but you meet people, you hear other people's ideas, and the more you communicate, the better. I hope you can hear me. On this subject of being afraid, at our university, for instance, young people are afraid that their initiatives will not be considered at appropriate level. Very often, there is condescension to the younger people. You are still young. What do you know? This is a much more acute problem. We will find a place for us at any forum or any event, but when people are hitting this glass ceiling all of the time, when people, young people, are proposing various initiatives and never see them realized, that's the problem. It's great that now students, young people, can become digital ombudsmen for the youth, because we believe that this is an opportunity for us to make our ideas heard. This is our hope too. I found a couple of questions online. Roman, what's your name? Roman Chukov, and where do you work? Well, if you know how to Google, you can Google me. An open microphone, a question from the audience. Who makes up the program committee, and what were the principles of decision-making in the program committee? If you're asking about the youth forum, you can see here basically the program committee, the coordination center, the experts, the speakers. The program committee membership is published on the website. Skoltech is also represented. Behind my back, you can see a list of partners. You can see the same partners for the youth forum on our website. Youth ombudsman, again, another question about them, but you can watch the broadcast, the recording, and you will be able to see the jury and how the decision was taken when the ombudsmen were selected. Mr. Kumar from the government, Anna Nesterova from Global Rules Trade, Mr. Kuznetsov, the head of the UN Information Center, was in the jury. Yeah, it's all on the website, exactly. It's in the website. There was a lot of competition among the candidates. As to the statement, 2 universities led this project, and the final text of our statement was compiled out of almost 20 pages of various ideas and proposals that we collected over several days. Maybe we could not capture every single idea, but we tried to generalize them and reflect them in the final document. Before we proceed to the official closing ceremony of the forum, we have little souvenirs for all panelists. We celebrated 10 years of DataRef last year, and here are the commemorative pins for you. And the participants in the room, please also stay here. Don't go away just yet. Andre, the floor is yours for the formal closing procedure. Well, you've been my co-moderator, co-host during all these days. Thank you for helping me out. So please join me. Now the forum is over. I want to say a big thank you to all the young people who decided to get involved. And I'm sure that the Youth Council of the Coordination Center will acquire a new purpose. And yes, indeed, the council was established several years ago. We initiated it thinking that it will become a kind of a succession pool for us. We wanted to provide people with various opportunities. We wanted to engage them in operations of various international organizations, industry organizations, of course. But we never thought in terms of internet governance. It was mainly an initiative to raise a succession pool for the Coordination Center and for the Russian domain industry as such. To summarize the forum, we want to thank everyone who was engaged in preparation. Alexei Rogzev is with us. Thank you, TCI, the Technical Center of the Internet. Thank you for being our many years partner. You have always been a great support to us, not only financially, but also in every other aspect as well. Alexei, would you like to say something in conclusion? Yes, sure. Thank you very much. Very often, one small step causes a lot of consequences. One small action causes a lot of consequences. It's very important that we engage the youth now so that in the future we are not left without any succession, without any followers. I also wanted to say thank you to the Coordination Center. You can't even imagine how difficult it is to organize an event like this. The idea of multi-stakeholderism is so versatile and so multifaceted. There are so many. The rules are so complicated that this is a tremendous endeavor. It's a lot of hard work. Thank you to all the panelists, to all the speakers, and thank you to all the participants. We also want to thank the ministry that's been supporting us since day one, since the very first year, since the inception of the forum. It's wonderful that the Minister of Digital Development, Telecoms and Communications was able to come to the opening. Minister Shadayev opened the forum with a welcome address. We also wanted to thank our international partners, ICANN and RIPE NCC. There was a question as to who make up the program committee. Well, the representatives of those organizations are on the program committee. We also wanted to thank Kaspersky Labs, our partners for information security. We need to thank our information partners as well. They are the ones communicating to a very wide audience everything that happens here. We want to thank the organizing committee, the program committee, and I have to say that we did absolutely everything in our power to provide flow to different points of view at this platform. Perhaps we failed in some respects. Maybe there were still some deficiencies in the program, but we did our best again to ensure that it's a multi-stakeholder program. For 2 months, we've been collecting inputs and proposals from our users, from our subscribers, and we found about 50 different topics for discussion that we included onto our agenda. We received these suggestions from individuals and from organizations. And the last session, actually, it was also based on the ideas of the participants of the forum. We wanted to thank everyone who worked here, the AV team and our translator, Ksenia Panevkina. Our foreign speakers know her very well, and our Russian listeners know her very well. Ksenia, thank you very much. Good translation. Everyone who was watching our translation from abroad said a very big thank you to the translator. Thank you. And we can, before we close the forum, huge gratitude goes to all our participants, to everyone who contributed questions. We hope very much that next year we'll be meeting not in the hybrid mode, not partly online, but offline, but face-to-face, just like we have always done, where we have enough networking opportunities for all participants, although probably we will keep the online component as well, so that more people can join these discussions. Thank you very much, and see you again at other events and activities dedicated to internet governance. Thank you.
Все, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения
для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости актуальные для всех.
Что, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Что, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Что, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Что, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.
Что, сериалы свои смотришь?
Вообще-то новости читаю, пап.
Какие новости?
У меня надежный источник.
У меня проверенные. Разработаны новые правила дорожного движения.
Для электросамокатов.
Российская газета. Новости, актуальные для всех.